Hello. Give me a second. I am writing a tweet. Blue Sky post. Give me a minute. Ah, someone's talking to me about how much they hate JB Hi-Fi, which, you know what, fair enough. A bleat. That's funny. That's good. Hi, everyone. Hello, a glorious person. Hello, Tari. Hello, Maya. Hello, Moth. Hello, Sanic. Hello, G Charizard. Oh my goodness. Gang's all here and all here early, too. Hi, everyone. How we doing today? I'm still making that bleat. And if I don't, I'm gonna struggle. If I talk while I'm typing, I have to say what I'm typing. Like, I can't talk and type something different at the same time. My brain will die. Happy Tuesday, Bob. Yes, I am also keen. We are all keen. Our just chatting portion might be a teensy bit shorter today because there is potentially could be finishing Ace Attorney Investigations Prosecutor's Gambit today, which will be a massive milestone. Streak 15 streak. Wow. I feel like I need to do a breathing exercise. I feel like I'm not speaking properly. Just got back from performing a concert. Ooh, did you enjoy yourself? I hope you had a good time. All right. No, it's called, okay, what's my bleat? It's called I'm Live. Would we be finishing Prosecutor's Gambit today? Tune in to find out. That sounds so baity. I don't like making it seem like I'm baiting people into getting into my streams, but at the same time, when you're a streamer, that's kind of half your job, baiting people into liking you and trying to consume your content. So I kind of just need to get over that problem, I think. But I hope everyone has had a good weekend. I did not, but that is okay. I'm over it now. Just mental health can be rough. Not doing too good. I got sick today and I'm not feeling well. And it was the funeral for your mom. Oh. Sanic, the world is not being nice to you right now, is it? I'm so sorry, dude. Well, I hope that physically you feel better soon and that emotionally you can feel better eventually. I hope that things can look up for you in the future. Yeah, feel free to spam. There's a timer on the hugs. Like, you can't just hug 30 times in a minute or anything like that, but feel free to spam to the extent that you can spam hugs at Sanic. They definitely deserve it. They definitely deserve it. But I hope that even though the funeral was rough, I hope that you will be able, I hope that you were able to find comfort with the people that you love and the people that your mom loved and the people that loved your mom. I hope that was, in a way, a silver lining to what is a tragedy. It's a tragedy. It's the best. That's probably the only real way to describe it, really. Mostly it might take a while. That is completely understandable. Yeah, I can understand that. And I do hope that things do start to get better eventually. I hope that, you know, your support system will look out for you and you will look out for each other and look after each other during this time. because I'm sure it's gonna stay rough for a while. Took my brother to the ER today. I don't drive, so I just went for emotional support and as a navigation guide. I'm glad I did because the bus on the way home from the hospital drove past us and did not stop. That's frustrating. I remember when I would go home from school and I would catch the school bus home. I used to do later classes on a certain day, so I would be like the only person on the school bus, and the driver would. This is kind of in not quite in the same vein as what you're saying, but this is in a different vein. And the bus driver would ask me, "Where are you getting off at?" And I was like, "I'm getting off at this stop." So he'd take a shortcut, and he'd go a completely different route, and I got used to it. But the first time it happened terrified me because he didn't tell me. He didn't tell me he was going to go a shortcut. He didn't tell me he was going to go a different way to get there. But I was like, oh my gosh, I'm being fucking kidnapped right now. What do I do? And it was, those were interesting times. Yeah, that would freak me out too. It would. Yeah, I can't imagine anyone would be absolutely fine with that. End up on the milk carton. Hey, listen, I can't complain too much about that. I love milk. There's one place I want to be. It's on a cart. No, not like that. That sounds weird. But yeah. Did milk cartons ever actually do that? Because I feel like that doesn't happen. Did that ever reach Australia? Did Australia ever do that? Asking interesting questions. They did in the US. That is so interesting. Do they still do that? I assume they don't. But it's a fascinating strategy. I don't want to say, I was going to call it an advertising strategy, but you're not really advertising something. An interesting alert information strategy, crime solving strategy. But yeah, it was scary the one time it happened. As for, they've also missed my stop, the bus driver, a couple of times where I've had to go up to them and be like, I'm sorry, that was my stop back there. Before they take me somewhere where I don't know where to get home from. The first time I've heard of the milk carton thing, where when you become a missing person, they'd put like your face and your name on milk cartons, like the companies, to be like, have you seen this person? Call this number. I've heard of that, but I've never actually seen it. Good news, I'm still in town. Bad news, the bus driver took me to Nevada. Oh, jeez. Last time I took the bus stop, the buttons were piercingly loud. That's so bad. That's so bad. On another weird tangent, I watched the newest Frogger video today, and he used, like, a very Australian sound effect where it was the doo-doo-doo of train systems in Australia. I thought it was just Sydney, but it could be other parts of Australia. And when that came on, I got a jump scare. We're talking about missing people, making them or discussing them. Discussing the phenomenon of missing people's, like, faces being put on milk cartons, because we were talking about when I was the only person. I had a story where I was the only person on the bus, and on the school bus home, and the bus driver asked me where I was going and then took a shortcut. And I thought I was getting kidnapped because he didn't tell me it was a shortcut. He didn't say anything. That's where that came from. Also, hello, Soaring Tales. How are you doing today? Welcome in, welcome in. But yeah, it's really, it shouldn't have surprised me that bad, the Frogger thing, because he is Australian. But it's just one of those things that's just like, oh, okay. Because the internet is so very American. The internet, a lot of internet, like, culture, a lot of internet, you know, videos, content that I consume is very American. And therefore, when something Australian happens, you know, or they talk about Australia, I'm like, oh, mention. Hello. And it's just an American thing that got popularized by the movies. Yeah, I think that's what we've kind of what we have figured out ourselves. My friend's bus driver in high school either ran off the road or into another car. Oh my goodness. That's horrific. That's horrific. I hate that. It's when I see something from my town on my feed. Oh, I saw it. I saw a TikTok. I won't go into what it was about. I saw a TikTok and it was specifically about the suburb that I work in. And I was like, oh my goodness, my For You page, when people say For You page getting too local, like that's what I felt. I was like, too local. You know me too well. I'm getting off now. I'm getting off this ride. This is freakish. Oh, okay. You wanna see if there's any particular things you wanna focus on in the future? Why do I wake up TTS? That's a really good question. Do I have TTS enabled on that? I'm really sorry if I do. Wait, why is TTS enabled on that? Wait, give me a minute. I feel like that has never supposed to be the thing. My bad. Hey, Ivanovich, how you doing? Struggling with realizing I'm getting old. I'm in my 20s, need new clothes, and my lack of fashion sense is either going to have me looking like I'm trying to be young or looking like an old geezer. I feel quite the same, because I feel like my sense of style has only really been developing in the last few years. Like, I dressed very, very boring, very nothing. I didn't really do anything with my clothes when I was young. That just wasn't something that I was interested in. And then I got a girlfriend. And she dressed very fun, very stylish, very cool. And that inspired me. And of course, since I like no longer with that girlfriend, still friends, but no longer in a relationship. And I'm still developing that style. And I think it's really difficult to develop a style in this day and age because of the prevalence of micro trends. Stuff only being popular for a month or 2 months, you know, with sort of influencer culture. It's almost like I can almost relate it to the idea of pump and dump when it comes to Pokemon cards, hyping up cards for no reason so that they get really expensive and then selling them all off to get a bunch of cash. That's the only thing I can think about when it comes to micro trends. Like, influencers will be like, run, don't walk. You have to get all of this. You have to do all of this. This is the coolest thing ever. Fast fashion, exactly. So it's a lot it's difficult to navigate the micro trends and fast fashion and ethical and sustainable fashion, and then also trying to develop your own style. And I'm trying to thrift more. I need to thrift more. I want to get more secondhand stuff. I've always given to secondhand places, but I've never really bought from them. However, I have started buying things on Depop, but it's different, and also some things on Depop literally, like, they aren't secondhand. They've never been worn. They just come in their full packaging. But I've been buying stuff off of Depop recently, mainly for my cosplay, because I don't want to buy brand new, expensive, overpriced clothes for stuff I know I'm only going to wear at specific events. I don't want to do that. I'd rather save my money or try and buy pieces within that cosplay that I would actually wear day to day. That's why I'm really excited for the Emma Skype cosplay, because I feel like so much of that outfit is stuff that I would normally wear. Like those black and white socks, the stripy ones, I'd wear them. The purple vest, I'd wear that. The brown shorts, I would probably wear that. The bag, I would use. But I wouldn't I wouldn't wear a lab coat all the time, though. This is true. The lab coat is the only item there that's really, like, costumey. Still secondhand if it hasn't been worn. That is true. That is true. But I guess I should say something like pre-loved clothes, because it's something that has been worn before. Okay, let me check what I'm doing with this Viewer Awards channel points, and then I'll get to Atare. I haven't even finished the I'm Live bleat. Oh my goodness. I need someone pull up an exclamation point yap, or two for that matter. I've been doing too much, and I've just been distracting myself constantly. There we go. There's the bleat. Manage power-ups and channel points, custom rewards. Let's go to tarot card. Where's tarot card? Down here. Cooldowns and limits. Require viewer to enter text. Okay, so that doesn't have that. So I'm guessing I have to edit my alerts to make it not do TTS. Where's my alerts? Channel points. Any channel point redemption. Visuals and sound. Nope. Text and speech. Is there any... Do I have any redeems that people have to put in? Do I have any other redeems that people have to put in text in? Video game head pats, gazillion sound effects, just a hat mustache mode. Okay, no. Okay, I'm going to turn off TTS for my channel point reward alerts then, so that people don't get their life stories put on stream. Oh, geez, and now I can't close this box. There we go. Hey, Cass, how you doing? Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. I hope you are doing well. I'm in a weird spot. I'm a tall Scotsman. Yes, I have back pain. Chin strap beard, long black hair, and grey eyes with a cool skin tone, so warms look bad on me. I can't decide what suits me. Well, I'd say this. Stick with the basics first, you know, and then try and find interesting pieces that you find fun. Like, what colors do you like? Are there certain patterns that you like? Are there certain graphics, motifs? Like, or like, so much of my wardrobe is purple. So much of my wardrobe has like strawberries or strawberry patterns on it. Stuff like that. I like stripes sometimes. We're talking about fashion. We are talking a little bit about fashion. but it's easier to find simple things first and then build yourself up to more interesting stuff. Like for me, I either like kind of like modern like street fashion. Like I like things that are either quite loose fitting and casual, but then I also like to like go all out. I like really colorful stuff. I like graphic tees and colorful pants. I love jeans. And I probably shouldn't because jeans are very hard to fit me because I have um never thought I'd talk about this. Uh Putting on weight for me in the past few years, I have I have not grown much in the waist, stomach, upper body department. I have grown in the thighs and glutes department. So I get this weird phenomenon with pants where they will be really hard for me to squeeze on and get into and pull up over my legs. But then when I have them on, they're loose around the waist. It's odd. I'm drawn to men's suits. I want a suit. I think that would be so cool. Also, hello, Valeska. How are you? I hope you're doing well. Okay, Atari wanted a tarot card. There's also something very cool that we can do with this tarot because this is actually the first tarot that we've done with my new deck. So I'm very excited to do it with the new deck. I hate jeans. I love jeans, but a lot of my jeans have to I have jeans with like strawberries on them. I have jeans with stars on them. I used to have jeans with flowers on them, but I grew out of those. I hope the website loads. There's a website we can go to where you can actually see the card that I've pulled for you and you can actually see what it is and maybe gain your own interpretations from it. So I'm just hoping, yes, it loaded. Okay, cool. Cool. So I'm using a deck called Shadowscapes Tarot. And as you can see, the art is absolutely gorgeous. Angelic, absolutely beautiful. I love it so much. And this website shows you every piece of every card that you can, the art of every card. So that means I can show you what I'm looking at when I see the cards. So Atare wants, distant future, kind of just a vibe check. A vibe check for the distant future. Okay. You're talking to me. You're talking to me, so I'll listen to you. Ooh. Well, first of all, Atare, you got a Major Arcana card, which usually means potentially big things. Let me find it. Let's find the majors. You got... Let's find this here. Are you? You got the Star. This is your card, Atare, today. Your card is the Star. Look how beautiful that is. So, I guess you can also look at the art yourself and look for interpretations within that within the card itself, within the art. That's what I really like about this deck, is that it relies a lot on visual imagery. And then let me find the meaning of the card. But I do know for a fact that one of the big things is that in the Major Arcana usually means it's something big. Like, it may be more important and not as subtle what may come from this. Let's find it in my little booklet. I don't want to read everything it says because I don't know, can I get sued for copyright for that? But let me see. So here's some of the meaning. Regaining hope, faith in the future, and inspiration. That sounds pretty right up your alley, considering you are looking to change things up in the distant future. The harshness of daylight and moonlight is gone, and there is nothing but the calm and non-judgmental eyes of the stars. And basically, this is what I'm reading here is it sounds like it's a bit of this card represents kind of a reprieve, maybe from your worries and your doubts and your fears, you know, taking time to let them go and instead kind of read into your intuition and what you want outside of the fears, outside of the worries, ignoring, not completely ignoring, obviously they're going to come back to you, but giving yourself time to consider what you want without really taking into consideration what might be holding you back. Because might it be wishful thinking? Maybe. What's holding you back may be really important things that you really just can't let go of. But it could give you inspiration towards something in the future, or, you know, if you can't go straight forward into something you want to do now, maybe you can take, you know, a side path somehow. Maybe you can, you know, go the long way round instead of charging straight into something if that's, you know, dangerous or worrying. Well, here's some things. Stars have always been symbols of guidance and hope. And the fish in the card, it is a carp, and it symbolizes strength, perseverance, courage, and determination of spirit. And the chrysanthemums, the flowers, I think if I scroll down a bit, you get some flowers down there. They are commonly representative of longevity and are also symbols of hope. So it sounds like take your time. You don't have to do anything right now, but you find the strength, find the courage, find the inspiration of what you want and what you're looking for in the future. Here's more. Regaining hope, faith in the future, inspiration, tranquility amid trouble, harmony, offering without reservations, sharing, and being generous. And they've got a little poem as well. So I don't know. I don't know how well that fits for you, but I think this card, more than anything else, is a card of hope. You know, literally the first words in that meaning is regaining hope. So take that how you want. Obviously, but everyone has their own interpretations of the cards. I don't like going into literal meanings of cards. I think that's why I moved to this deck from the one I was using before, because the old deck said a lot of things like, ooh, you might find someone you want to marry, or you're gonna get a promotion. And it's like, those are such tangible, obvious things, as opposed to, I like cards that focus more on the introspective, on you as a person and how you face situations, as opposed to cards that like to tell you these situations are going to happen to you. So yeah, that's what we got for today. It's a beautiful image. Who is this by? Stephanie Law is the person who made this deck. And I think she also wrote all of the meanings. So Stephanie Puimunlaw is her name. A longer name is on a book of the deck itself. So yeah, I love this art, and I also love that she takes inspiration in the art of these cards in several different ways. She takes from I think Asian mythology. I think more specifically East Asian, but I think she might take some South Asian mythology as well. She tries to use kind of symbolism from several different cultures in her cards, as opposed to a lot of other tarot cards very much base themselves on the very sort of white European culture. And that's it. Did you see the Terraria tarot cards? I did. Well, I didn't. I gotta look at these, don't I? What do you mean Terraria tarot cards? I'll check it on Steam community, see what it says. Where is it? Give it to me. It's not giving me anything about the tarot cards. Thank you. Thank you, DuckDuckGo. You took me to the page I wanted. These suggestions keep faith in the future and to follow intuition inspiration is very helpful. I'm getting a bit more practice at just imagining possibilities and thinking about limits later to help myself live a bit more. I'm glad. I'm glad that that's working out for you. Check images. Did you... Oh, okay. Oh, like here? There's some here. For the 10th... Is it these ones? They're cool. Oh, this is from 5 years ago. Ah, for the 10th anniversary. Does that make this... Wow, Terraria's 15 years old. That is impressive. Now that is incredibly impressive. I love Terraria. I found it so much fun when I played, but I legitimately don't know any of these things that I'm looking at because I did not get far in the game at all. But they're very cool. They're very well done. And I think, you know, this is the Terraria version of the star. Down here, I think they represent the general meanings of the cards very well. I learned that Terraria came out on my birthday this week. Oh my goodness, that's so cool. What happened on my birthday? What cool things happened on my birthday? An earthquake, alright? James Cook arrives in Australia at Botany Bay. Great. My birthday is colonial. Hooray. A landslide. Okay. Okay. Adolf Hitler marries his... Okay. Okay. Are links allowed? If you want to put a link, not on stream, but you can put it in the Discord in the channel stream chat if you want me to. Oh, well, put it in show and tell, and I'll check that out. I'll check show and tell. A plane crash. Okay. Okay. Watergate scandal. Okay. Okay. A cyclone. Okay. Riots in Los Angeles. Oh my gosh. The wedding of Prince William and Catherine Middleton. Okay, another plane crash. Can we not share a birthday with the captain of the Titanic? I share a birthday with Michelle Pfeiffer. That's like the only one I really know. Because I had a friend, ex-friend, childhood friend, who I am not close to at all anymore, who used to tell me every year, or like on my birthday, he'd say, do you share a birthday? Did you know you share a birthday with Michelle Pfeiffer? And I'd be like, yes. Yes, brother. You've told me this before. You've told me this for the past 5 years. I know this very well because of you, in fact. Jerry Seinfeld! Kate Mulgrew! Oh my goodness, wait, Queen! Love Kate Mulgrew! She played Janeway on Star Trek Voyager! Love that lady! Andre Agassi, the tennis player! Uma Thurman? Okay, not that bad. Not that bad, not that bad. The Bryan brothers? The tennis doubles players? Okay, this is cool. This is getting cool now. Candace Owens, less cool. This is getting less cool. Catherine Langford, a little more cool. Kimberly Birrell, more cool. More cool. Mira Andreeva, more cool. So many tennis players on my birthday. I was destined to like tennis. I was destined to like tennis. Steve Jobs presented the iPhone on my birthday. That's so... Oh. Deaths. Do I want to know this? I don't think I want to know this. I'm just... Alfred Hitchcock. Oh, that's a bummer. I mean, a lot of these are probably bummers, but Alfred Hitchcock is a bummer. I don't know any of these other names. None of them. They're not coming to me. Damn. That's interesting. Okay. Let me look at show and tell now. I will look at the Terraria cards first that Ivanovish sent. Terraria cards, Major Arcana deck. Oh, please load. April 29th is International Dance Day. I can't dance. I can't dance, but that's cool, I guess. But I'm not a dancer at all. I'm not a dancer at all. Let me do something quickly. Da-da. I forgot that I've started also putting notifications up on my Instagram of when I'm live. I'm just doing that now. Why does... Ugh. Being a streamer is so much more than just going alive, really. Bust a move, I would bust a hip. I would bust a hip, I fear. I fear I would. There we go. My story. I don't even think I'm like that terrible at dancing. I'm just not particularly coordinated. I never really learned, is the thing. All right. This is cool. So this is like the official merchandised one. Oh, I love the art style. The art style is really nice. I wish there were more close-ups of the cards, but alas, it would spoil it for people. So I can understand why they wouldn't. Can understand why they wouldn't do that. But that doesn't mean I'm gonna want to. That doesn't mean I'm happy about it. All right, what else is in show and tell? Sanic has some stuff in show and tell. So let's go check that out. Cartoon Turf Doodle Book. Oh, is it like a coloring book or is it drawing or just a general craft book? Either way, that looks pretty cool. I feel I need to kind of tap more into doing physical art. I think a lot of my life these days is pretty digital, and I feel like I need to get into more like tangible physical hobbies. And then some Toon Turf pins. Is Toon Turf a franchise? I've never heard of this before. This looks like SpongeBob. Why is he round? Round man. Ooh, got some Godzilla. Got some Shogun Warriors. I've never seen anything Godzilla. What would be like, chat, what would be the first thing that you would, like the first part, like the first piece of Godzilla media? Took me about 20 tries to get that out right. That would be good for me to start with. And Shogun Warriors, I do not know that one. Then, of course, we got some Sonic. This one looks adorable. This one looks so cute. Who is that? Don't know that character. Oh, is it Tails? Or is it like a Tails-ish character? And we got a movie called Spaceballs. I've never heard of that movie either. But it has Mel Brooks in it. And wasn't Mel Brooks a comedy actor? If so, I hope you are entertained a lot by it. What's the Godzilla question? For someone who has never seen anything Godzilla before, never seen a movie, never seen a Godzilla piece of media before, what would be like the best intro, do you think? Is that a Star Wars parody? I would not be surprised if it was. Would not be surprised if it was. But I do not know of it. The Netflix anime movie and Godzilla -1. Okay, I've heard about Godzilla -1. I've heard really amazing things about Godzilla -1, but I didn't know if that was like a particularly beginner-friendly piece of Godzilla media, so I haven't watched it. But maybe I should. Let me put it on my list. Let me put it on my list. Because today I found out kind of the themes of Godzilla, one of the major themes, and kind of what it's based on and what it was inspired by. And I was like, oh wow, that's really interesting. So Godzilla -1. There we go. -1 is really beginner friendly. I'll definitely start with that then. The Netflix one might be hard for me to find because I don't have a Netflix subscription. I could sail the seven seas for that one. But I'll stick with Godzilla -1. I'll run it on like YouTube or something, because YouTube has a ton of movies that you can just rent to watch. Do we? Oh my goodness, it's 10-3. Do we want to play a word game? Or do we want to, I don't know. Do we want to just go straight to the main thing? to stream it if anyone is interested. I want to do movie nights for streaming in the future. I do. And I think I'll start with us doing the Snapcube Sonic highlight. You said stream might be short. No, I said the just chatting portion of the stream might be short because I don't know how long the Ace Attorney portion will be. That was what I meant by that. But I mean, we can still do it. This is gonna be a long day. It'll be a long day. The pixel art this week, busy week getting things ready for my mum's chemo. I hope it went well, Ivanovic. That sounds really stressful. So I hope that went really smoothly for your mum and your family. Contexto, you know, screw it. Let's just do a contexto. Fuck a poll. Who needs a poll? Who needs a poll? Let's see how long contexto's gonna take. I will say, I haven't finished the squares today, but I've done a fair amount of the squares today. And oh my gosh, the 14-letter word is ineffabilities. It's terrible. I think there are 4 Fs in this squares, 3 or 4. And I hate it. Keep thinking up a million ideas of what to work on next, and they all just wind up getting in the way of forming actual complete thoughts on different mixes, arrangements. Write them down. First and foremost, Atare, write them down. That's my big thing. Just scribble them down, put a note somewhere, and then, you know, if you need to concentrate on one thing, put the other ideas down in other places, and then get to scribbling. All right. Speaking of scribbling, let's scribble some words. Art, that is a good place to start. Circle. Maybe it is just a kind of a shape. Square. Triangle. Rhombus. Except it won't be rhombus because rhombus was the word in our worst ever contexto. Tuesday's in the top 2,500, Bob. That's a birthday gift for you. Happy Bob Day for yesterday, by the way. Dust. Whoa. Dust. Yeah, top 2,500. You're winning today. Okay, dust. Dirt. Soil. Ground. Ground. Floor. Ground. Earth. Earth. Planet. Nature. Tree. Plant. Animal. Insect. We're pretty close here. We're already down to number 6, but I feel like we don't have enough context through the rest of the guesses to know what we're going with here. Mass. Rock. Pebble. Boulder. Metal. Gotta do metal. Manure. That took like a half-second longer than usual to load, and I was like, no way is manure the word. But yeah, earth could really be anything. I'm thinking it's not based on the space aspect. We haven't guessed yet. Okay, it might be the space aspect. Never mind. It might be the space aspect. We should have just looked up space. Space. The final frontier. Okay. But Jupiter was so low. Venus, Mars, Saturn, Uranus, Neptune, Pluto. Okay, so it's not a space thing. Probably not a space thing. Earth, ground, space, dust, soil. But space is so high. Mercury is also an element. It is true. And Uranus is... I'm not finishing that joke. That's terrible. earth, ground, space, dust, soil. Gravel. I love space stuff. I used to love space stuff, but now I think space just scares me. I've come to a point where it just terrifies me a little bit. I'm like, oh geez, we are just all on a giant rock in space. And I kind of hate it. I get all existential. Gas, liquid, solid, air. Cool. Have you seen the person on Instagram who makes all the solar bodies in our solar system as lesbians in Tomodachi Life? No? Please send that to stream chat. I would love to see that. Space is scary as hell, but I think a lot of things in space are very beautiful and fun to look at. Like, stars are awesome to look at, and the planets and the moon, and very cool. But if I get too existential about it, I get scared. Yeah, we had some really good quick guesses there to make a good game of it. That was nice. All right, we have an ad starting in about 5 minutes. So you know what? Fuck it. I'm going to run that ad now. It will go for 3 minutes. And once the ad is over, we will start Prosecutor's Gambit. I will see you on the other side. Where are we? Where's Ace Attorney? There you are. I did have a little mental breakdown in my astronomy class when we talked about scale. Yeah. Like, on one hand, it's so cool that we're so small and that the universe is so big and that it's getting bigger in a way, more spreading out. But it's also just overwhelming. But I used to love space stuff. I remember I got really obsessed with space in year 5, and we had to pick like a phenomena when it comes to space. We had to pick like a subject to do with space to do a project on, and I did a project on constellations, and I picked constellations, and it was fun. Probably, like, in terms of science, probably the least quote-unquote science-y thing that I could have, out of the topics that I could have picked, because constellations is very much cultural over scientific. It's how we interpret space as opposed to what space actually scientifically, factually is. But I just found it very fun. And then I ended up getting very obsessed with space for a couple of years after that. I would get books from my parents, and I think my dad even gave me a signed picture from an astronaut once. I don't even know if I still have that. It was very cool. I don't like a lot of things for being scary, but space is one of those things I love because it's scary. I can love it, and I can also... I think it just really depends. I think it depends on the mood I'm in, first of all. It depends on the mood I'm in, and it depends on what the topic is about when it comes to space. I love seeing pictures of the moon, like the whole Artemis 2 thing that happened. Loved that. Loved seeing these really gorgeous, colorful pictures of the moon. Who knew the moon was colorful? Hello? Loved that. But then sometimes I'll be walking along to work or something, and I'll just look up in the sky, and then I will have just the thought will come to me where you're in the middle of the, well, you're not even in the middle. You're just a tiny, almost non-existent speck in the universe right now. And then I go, I hate this, goodbye. It almost comes as like an intrusive thought to me. Gonna chill and watch Gundam? No worries, Vanovish. I hope you have a very good night. Enjoy Gundam. All right. I will check the space stuff after stream. I wanna get myself really into the end of this now because I have absolutely no idea how long this is going to take. I don't even have any idea if we finish it today. This could take like 3 more parts, and it turns out the person we thought was evil isn't actually evil, and there's a new evil person. Like, you never know what's gonna happen. It's Ace Attorney. Literally anything could happen. So, last week on Ace Attorney, we figured out who the mastermind was of this entire thing. We found out that everything that has been happening to us, and I think more specifically, everything that has also been happening to Bodhidharma Karnas, has been happening all at once. Everything that happened 12 years ago is resurfacing. And what happened 12 years ago is that Bodhidharma Karnas murdered the president, assassinated the president of Zhongfa. And the president of Zhongfa was then, with the help of Excelsius Winner and the warden, I forget her name, Lagarde, I don't remember her first name, and they helped implement a body double of the president to pretend to be the president for the rest of his life, which the rest of his life ended when he died via the head of Taurosaurus mascot falling on him. So the president died 12 years ago. The fake president died today or yesterday. I don't know how timelines work in this game, but I do remember that like this entire game chronologically happens in the span of like 3 or 4 days, like a week max. It's kind of terrifying to think about. So much. I would be curled up in bed, like overwhelmed and asleep by now. I could not work this fast. Props to Edgeworth and literally everyone else doing all this shit. So yes, and we found out who the mastermind was, who has been bringing everything back up and kind of cracking everything wide open. The person who drugged Sean Fenn, the person who drugged Kay Faraday, and had her lose her memory. He is one of the sons from the IS-7 incident. The sons of the 2 candy makers, they went missing. One of them grew up to be Bronco Knight, the bodyguard for the president who was the murderer in the first case and died in the second case. And the other boy grew up to be Simeon Saint. And that man is the mastermind. He met Bodhidharma Karnas as a child. Bodhidharma Karnas found him and Bronco Knight when they went missing, but they didn't know who they were, and he didn't know who they were. And he saved them and brought them to an orphanage. And then a while later, the kid that grew up to be Simeon Saint saved Bodhidharma Karnas from being murdered by Lagarde and Excelsius Winner after he did their bidding and assassinated the president. They were like, we don't want any loose ends. We need to kill the assassination. The assassin. Which, like, what's the point? Oh, we're gonna get someone to kill this guy and then we're gonna kill them. Just cut out the middleman. Like, why? Anyway, they saved each other, and Simeon Saint, this cute little timid guy who loves monkeys and has long hair and little pigtails, he's evil. Disastrously, disgustingly evil. The rest of his life ended when he died. Am I wrong? Like, it's funny, but it's not wrong. The rest of your life does end. The mastermind's true face. You're not wrong, but it would be a funny quote. Mayor, if you want to do the honors, or I can put it in if you want. You might be busy, so I'll do it if you cannot. So, gang, it's time to go to the circus. I forget how I do her voice. Had to go for the bathroom for about an hour. I'm not going to say what's happened because it's a bit TMI. All you need to know is I'm feeling a bit better now. Glad about that. What did I miss? We talked about Godzilla based on what you put in the show and tell. We talked about Godzilla, and Ivanovic recommended the best place, one of the best places for me to kind of learn about Godzilla and get into Godzilla media is through Godzilla -1. So, might see that in the future. Thank you, Mayor, for the quote. Hi, Mr. Edgeworth. Oh my goodness, and he's in clown makeup too. We're really gonna confront him while he's in the clown costume. This is hilarious. Also, the gang is still all here. Gamers, why are we bringing a 13-year-old? Why are we bringing a 13-year-old boy to confront a murderous mastermind? And also 2 journalists. But I mean, at least they have a job to do here. Sean Fenn's just here for the vibes, I guess. Yes, it's the same circus that has Mo in it, but Mo hasn't turned up in this game as of yet, and let's hope it stays that way. I kin this 13-year-old boy. I get it. I don't. I feel like I have a few too many Ace Attorney kins already, or characters that I relate to. I don't think I can fit one more in, but I get it. And hi, Badger. Did you guys come to watch the show? Hello, Ms. Berry. Mr. Saint. You're a little early, I'm afraid. We're still practicing. But I'm glad you kept your promise. We sure did, all right. Yes, I remembered you giving me this. That's so great! You're going to have so much fun. Is he gonna put... Is he gonna put us in, like, a death maze? All I'm thinking is, have we walked into a trap here? Is this man Jigsaw? Are we all going to die? I was a part of far too many adult confrontations as a 17-year-old. That's fair. That's fair. I think even you'll be surprised, Mr. Edgeworth. Huh. I think you've surprised me enough for one day already. Uh-oh. This music is so cheerful, but I feel like I'm waiting for the shoe to drop. What are you talking about? Would you mind looking at this photograph, Miss Berry? That's the eye painted on the balloon you used to advertise the circus, correct? Oh, yeah, what is this exactly? I have a strong suspicion that the balloon was used by the criminal we've been looking for. You do? Who's usually in charge of the balloon, if you don't mind me asking? Oh, that would be Simeon. Oh! But wait, you don't mean... Oh. I don't know what to expect from this conversation. Like, this game is not a horror game at all, not one bit. But I'm anxious. Like, I feel like I've got so much nervous energy right now. Like, my skin is crawling. It's not... I'm scared of what this man is going to be like when we reveal him. We taking bets on who dies? Is anyone gonna die? The monkey better not die. Mr. Saint, you took the balloon out late the other night, didn't you? Sure, I was practicing. I'm still pretty bad at flying it, so I needed to put in some extra hours. At night? When it would have been even more difficult than usual? I mean, a lot of people who do have licenses for vehicles, I think everyone who has a license for a vehicle has to do practice at night. Like, I know that, like, pilots have to do training for night flying. People who drive cars have to practice night driving. Not to be devil's advocate, but it makes sense. A strange time to decide to practice. But why else would I have taken the balloon out? What are you saying? That you weren't practicing at all. You were taking an unconscious Kay to the top of the big building. In order to frame her for the murder of Rosie Ringer. The security cameras never recorded Kay taking the elevator up to the roof, which means she must have gotten there another way. From the sky. She parachuted. My bet's on Scott. Oh, if there's one amazing thing that's come out of my playthrough of this game, it's Bob's absolute hatred of Delisha Scott. And the only person able to make that happen would have been you. But, Mr. Richworth, I don't understand. That's not all you did. You also attacked Sean at the garbage disposal area, drugged him, and carried him away. That's why you were late for the hearing at the courthouse, wasn't it? I'm sorry, but I don't know what you're talking about. Why would I do any of those things? Please, you have to believe me. I'd never, ever, ever do anything like that. Oh, I'm a little surprised, but at the same time, I feel like I shouldn't be. Like, I was kind of hoping that, like, the mask would drop very quickly and him be like, haha, I'm evil, haha, and then it goes into a very malicious and scary third act. Good night, a glorious person. Thank you so much for stopping by, and thank you for the luck. I'm probably going to need it. But it makes sense because of how this game works and how the gameplay in particular works, that he's going to come up with alibis and then we're gonna pick them apart. That makes more sense. But it's also less scary. I wish I could believe you, but I can't. Any trust I had in you has been completely destroyed. That's horrible. Why would you say that? You told me back at the jail you said you believed I was innocent. Yeah, I think you're innocent for the murder of Bronco Knight, but that doesn't mean you're innocent of all crimes. And now we have a flashback for absolutely no reason. My least favorite aspect to this game. I know we trusted him. That's kind of what we've been building up to the entire time. The fact that we trust him. Thank you. This is just awful. I never thought you'd lie to me. We didn't lie. I swear, Symbian, we don't get guilt-tripped, Kay. This guy's evil, don't fall for it. You said you knew what it was like to be me. I trusted you. That hurts, Kay. It hurts so much. I'm... Come on, Mr. Edgeworth, this is Simeon we're talking about. He's not a bad person. She's fallen for it. I see it now. That's your strategy, isn't it? With everybody. You root out their psychological weaknesses and exploit them. And without even realizing it, they wind up doing exactly what you want them to. Exactly the behavior one would expect from the arch manipulator behind all of our recent troubles. When he goes quiet, I get scared. I was too blind to see it before, but you won't fool me again. Simeon Saint, you are guilty of crimes too numerous to mention. Oh. So that's how you want to play it, huh? He has... I feel like this is gonna be, like... I'm getting the vibes of... I'm getting Undertale vibes. You know? When... With Flowey, when you meet Flowey for the first time, and he's like, ooh, friendliness pellets. And then he's like, you die now. That's what I'm getting from this interaction. Like, this whole time he was acting like cute little Flowey, and now he's gonna unflowy himself. I like how his facial expression hasn't changed a single time since the confrontation started. This is true. Potentially the most nonchalant man in existence, Sanic fan. You always did have the courage of your convictions, I guess. Luckily, grinding people's self-belief into dust is kind of a hobby of mine. Ugh. Speaking of hobbies. Well, are we calling them friendly pellets? Confirm that Tic Tacs aren't canon in their world. This is true. I didn't think of that. They did look like Tic Tacs. Oh. Not this menagerie of servants. Oh. Why am I kind of attracted to this? Hey. Why was that kind of hot? Clown head! No! No! I really like redheads, you guys. And I don't know, him, like, the taking of the hair out from the little pigtails, and they're coming down, and now he's kind of evil, and he's not pathetic. I was like, okay. Also, there's a cat. Unrelated, I am so smart, I should be called Sherlock. Hell yeah, Moth. That poor squirrel, though. Well, obviously the poor pig, but the pig is bigger and therefore probably is strong enough to hold up a squirrel and a cat. There is no way a squirrel... You can't see what I'm talking about. There is a pig holding up a squirrel holding up a cat. And I'm saying this might be the wrong order. I fear the squirrel should be on top. Chipmunk? Oh, is it a chipmunk? I guess I have to make a public apology, and I should do it in the Alvin and the Chipmunks voice. I need a mic filter for that. I do like the cat, though. It's pretty, very fluffy. Obligatory Squidward. Oh god, he's hot. Yeah, he's kind of hot. Like, I hate him, and he's evil. But he's also incredibly attractive. Now the question is... Atari, you literally read my mind. Now the ultimate question, will Zeph change the voice they do for him? I was thinking the exact same thing. Did he? Oh. I don't know what I'd come up with. The thing is, I don't think I could come up with a voice that does justice for him. I don't think I can come up with the voice of hot evil guy. I'm not sure I can. I'm trying to think of how to change the goofy voice into something a little more sinister. Just... That's not sinister. Huh. Well done, all of you. I'll do that. Well, this is certainly a side of him we haven't seen before. So much for the trainee animal tamer who wouldn't hurt a fly. I guess that was all an act. But I'm glad we're finally getting to meet the real you. Simeon, this can't be true, can it? Truth, lies. What does it matter? Huh? He's juggling the squirrels, chipmunks, whatever. Rodents. All you need to know is that Mr. Edgeworth here has made me very mad indeed. Wow. I mean, you're already kind of a shitty person for training animals to be in a circus. But now you're also training them to be kind of just your lap animals, and that's even worse. Looks like they're juggling themselves. He's manipulating them to do it, though. And now he's going to pay. Ooh, wait, he wants revenge against me? Sure, I went up in the balloon a couple of nights ago, but I was just practicing. I guess somebody took that picture when I flew by the big building. I fly around the area doing promo stuff for the circus all the time. Nothing to see here, Miles. Nothing at all. I realized I've been this voice is an attempt at evil Simeon, but it kind of just sounds like evil Fender. Close enough. So you go up in the balloon reasonably often? Yeah, promoting the circus, like I said. Is that true, Ms. Barry? Well, it's true that it's Simeon's job to go up in the balloon and spread the word. I guess just about everybody in the area would have seen him up there by now. Well, that same balloon was used in the commission of a crime. Nonsense. I just happened to be in the area where it happened. Okay, well now he looks goofy again, so now I don't want him to have the hot guy voice, because that's not hot. What is that smile? Hello? Yeah, these animals desperately need to go to therapy. Somebody took a picture when I was floating past the big building, that's all. I'll be the judge of whether you just happened to be nearby, thank you very much. Alright, let's do some pressings here. Up in the balloon a couple of nights ago, but I was just practicing. Press. This balloon, do you usually launch it from here at the circus? No, you just need wide open space. There's a park opened by Sunshine Coliseum. That's also not how you spell Coliseum, I don't think. That's where I usually or maybe it's an alternate spelling. I see, and how do you get the balloon to the park to launch it? Not by hand. The thing must weigh a few hundred pounds. Pretty impressive it can get off the ground. prefer it if you didn't change the subject. I love that he's taken the mask off, essentially, and he's like, I'm so evil now! But you still can't prove I did anything. Like, it's... Just give it up, man. So look, I was getting miles off track. We use a truck, you just load it onto the back, and away you go. A truck! Last time I took it out would have been 2 days ago. That could be important, I'd better keep it in mind. Yeah, you better. You mean that I've been wondering. I've been wondering what this truck... Soup Schlurps, thank you so much for the follow. I love that username. Welcome to the Strawberry Patch. Thank you for the hydrate. I also love slurping soup. So, I am so a fan. What's your favorite soup? I'm very basic with it. I like pumpkin. I like pumpkin very much. Tomato, you know what? Tomato is also very good. Tomato and pumpkin, you know what? They're equal first. Uh-oh. This truck, it wouldn't happen to be blue by any chance. Huh? Oh, I'm going back to the goofy voice. So what if it is? We happened to see a blue truck ourselves just today, one with a large basket loaded on the back. If that was the truck you told us about, then your statement about it not having moved in 2 days is a lie. Oh-ho! I came during the peakest part? Yeah. We're trying to finish this today. We might not. I don't know how much left there is to the game, but this is a very interesting twist for sure. Chicken noodle soup, I have a recipe for it, which is focused on Asian flavors. I like chicken and corn soup as well. I don't think I've ever had chicken noodle. Feel like you probably will finish it today. Sounds good to me. I'm happy to hear that. This game has literally taken me 6 months to finish. Oh, yes. Oh, the besties are here. One of my favorite games of all time. I think... I'll give a spoiler. Because I'm obviously gonna do my 1 minute reviews series. I'm gonna do a 1 minute review on this. I'm probably gonna give it the same score as the first Edgeworth game, because I don't know. I feel like I like the first game. I feel like I like just Investigations Miles Edgeworth better than this game, but this game is kind of objectively the better game. So, like, weighing them up, I enjoy both of them. I think this game, I think the mind chess was great. But I think it became tedious when you would have to do mind chess and then also cross-examine them. I hate that you get flashbacks for 5 minutes ago and plot points you already know by heart. But there was one really tedious case. One. But it was a lot more interesting than the tediousness of, like, the IS-7 case was long and tedious, but it was more interesting than the Miles Edgeworth case, the finale case about extraterritoriality. And I will say, this game did fix one thing. Like, I do have problems with this game, but something that this game did better than Miles Edgeworth is that the timeline is a lot easier to follow. The games, the cases in the first game were out of order. You would have present day case, flashback case to literally a day ago, then another case, then a flashback case to what, 5 years ago, and then you had the finale or something like that. And that was so much. This game was easier to keep track of when it came to the timeline. Agent Lang, Emma. There you are, Mr. Edgeworth, at last. I've been trying to find you ever since we wrapped up the case yesterday. Kay sent me a message saying you were here, so I came right away. But you play Dual Destinies? Does it have dual timelines? Is that why it's called Dual Destinies? And I found what you asked me to go look for. It was loaded onto a truck in the parking lot out back. A blue truck. Dual Destinies is a lot, but also no spoilers. Okay. I'll get to that. What, next year? 2 years' time? Considering how long it's taken me to play to get some of these games done, it could take me a while yet. Okay, well, thank you, Lang, for helping prove my point. It's a worthwhile game, of course. Oh, yeah, I want to play all of them. Like, there's nothing that's going to stop me from playing them. I just don't... For the sake of me being a variety streamer, I don't want to go through every Ace Attorney game, like, bam, 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 all in a row. I want to mix it up. And that's why I want to start Blueprints next week. I've been hyping it up for a while, and if we finish this game today, next week will be Blueprints. I think that truck might be the one we saw earlier today. In fact, I'm almost certain of it. Oh, that's his objection voice. Okay. What, just because it's blue? Like a million other trucks? What makes you so sure it's the exact same one? No, I saw it too. It's the same one for sure. Huh? What's the matter, Mr. Edgeworth? That wasn't me. Is he impersonating me? Worthless are the words of a man who can't back up his claims with evidence. Wow, you sound just like him. That's not gonna be good at all. What if he... Because all I can think is, oh geez, what if this man makes a phone call, impersonates Miles Edgeworth's voice, and like confesses to a crime or something? That's a scary idea. Did they ever do an anime series of the Edgeworth cases? No, I don't believe they did. They just did the first 3 games. The Phoenix Wright first trilogy. Show me. I demand proof. I must be able to prove it somehow. It's the same truck, I'm sure of it. I feel like we should have a counter on how many flashbacks we've had this game. Why are you touching the truck? The engine's cold, which means it's been here for a while. You can tell just from that. What can I use to prove it's the same truck? Fingerprint dusting, because I touched it. I'd like to have the truck dusted for fingerprints. Huh? Why would you want to do that? Because I expect to find a certain very specific set of prints. And if I do, that will prove beyond all doubt that it's the truck we saw in front of the big building. Flashback counter. I don't know, there's too many to count. Exactly. Flashback counter for the next game? I don't know if the next game would do that. Because the next game in the series, I think, was actually published and released and made long before this game was. I'm playing this series in... What's it called? I'm playing this series in, like, plot timeline order. Canonical order, yeah, instead of release order. When I think this game, specifically Prosecutor's Gambit, I think it came out in like 2017. don't quote me on that, but whose prints will prove it was the truck we saw? Mine. Yours? You think you're going to find your own prints on there? I do. Because I put my hand on your truck when I saw it in front of the big building. Let's see what we can find, shall we? Emma, could you lend us your scientific skills one more time? That's why I'm here. One moment, please. Oh, I did get a new thing for my Emma cosplay today of this outfit. The shirt got delivered, the pink shirt, and the glasses, and a pair of glasses that should look like these is coming in the mail. Exciting. Already. Take it away, Mr. Edgeworth. Apollo's debut game was 2008. Prosecutor's Gambit 2 was released in 2011. Okay. I thought it was later than that. That's my bad. But that's still, yeah. Apollo came first. Huh? Me? Of course, who else did you think was going to do it? Don't worry, it's easy. I'll show you how. Fine. Okay, why are they introducing a new gameplay mechanic in the final case of the game? Moving the cursor around and pressing space will allow me to dust the area with powder. Stick to fingerprints, so once you found one, make sure to dump plenty on there. And then blow away the excess. Blow it away? Yeah, with your mouth. Ha! Like that. Blowing with T should remove any excess power. Okay. Thank you. Now to try it for real. Oh, there's no such thing as too much powder, by the way. Go crazy. Okay, so we don't have a powder limit. Let's go, baby. How much are we gonna do here? How much are we gonna do here? How much are we gonna do? This feels like when... This feels like when you would play, PictoChat. When you would go on PictoChat on your Nintendo DS, and you got bored and you were like, I'm just gonna draw the whole screen and color it in black. It makes me think of that. Yeah, wipe the whole screen out. That's the plan. That's the plan. Not a speck of green in sight, baby. Except for the top for the bottom, because I can't reach them. But not a speck of green in sight. Okay. Is this enough white, you think? Is this enough white, you guys? Blow. That's a fingerprint, all right. That's it. That's a nice, clean print you got there. Can we compare it to my prints right away? Yep, leave it to me. Ooh. That confirms it. It's Mr. Edgeworth's print, all right. And with that, another lie is exposed. Oh, those poor bunnies! No, not the Benuis! So what were you doing in the truck? The specific version released 2 years ago in 2024. Yeah, the Investigations games and the Apollo Justice trilogy finally released on PC. They both released in 2024, which is why I got back into playing them last year. I think I got gifted both of them by people in my chat. I don't remember who did that, but like, thank you again. And I hope that whoever gifted them to me is getting paid, you know, paid back in the fact that they can watch me play them. Oh, just driving around. For fun, you know. Kay was abducted 2 nights ago, and your balloon was sighted nearby. Then today, another abduction, this time involving a truck supposedly used to transport garbage, and your truck was sighted nearby. Coincidence, nothing more. You want me to believe that you were near the scene of 2 separate abductions simply by chance? Just be honest, you were involved in both. What makes you think they were even connected? A certain very important piece of evidence, that's what. Oh, this should be good. I don't like the tongue. Shut your mouth and close your eyes. And please be hot again. Well, no, the last Ace Attorney game ever released was the second great Ace Attorney game released in 2017 in Japan. Okay, so somehow when I pulled 2017 out of my ass, it did actually mean something, somehow. First and second only released worldwide as Great Ace Attorney in 2021. The series has been pretty dormant since then, besides the ports to PC and the global releases. I hope we get more stuff. At the same time, I hope we get more stuff, but I also think if it takes them time to really come up with a masterpiece and do justice to this series, I'm happy for them to take as long as they want. As long as they as long as they want. As long, you know, making a quality product, an incredibly quality product, is going to take a huge amount of time. And crunch culture in game development already is a problem. So yeah, let them take as long as they need, you know? To figure something out. What connects Kay and Sean's abductions? The poison. The sedative. Kay was drugged with a dose of a powerful sedative, and a bottle of sedative was found right where Sean was being held captive. The very same brand, no less. Huh. I knew you'd try something like this. So the same sedative was used. So what? Does that mean everything's connected? You know as well as I do that doesn't prove anything for sure. Ugh, we must have something. There must be a piece of evidence that can tie him to both crimes. Cops, prosecutors, you, Miles, you're all the same at the end of the day. Buddy, I'm not a prosecutor right now. I'm just doing this for the love of the game. You force the evidence to fit the crime or you flat out make it up. Just as long as somebody goes to jail. You're no different from a certain other evidence tamperer we've had the misfortune of meeting. No, I'm nothing like him. Then show me. Hit me with your killer piece of evidence. You must have one, right? Ugh, it's no use. We don't have anything that can tie him directly to both kidnappings. Okay. You about done there, Miles? No more cheap shots left to fire? Great. Well, I have a show to be rehearsing for, so if you don't mind... Hey, King! Especially since Japan had a 2-year gap between the two Great Ace Attorney games. That feels like a fairly short amount of time, really. 2 years between games. Did you know, chat, that this is the biggest gap that Pokemon has had between mainline games ever? I think. The gap is going to be 5 years, while every gap before then was 3 years. So I am praying to everything important that Gen 10 is gonna be like the best thing ever seen. I hope that they really take... I loved Scarlet and Violet. I didn't really have any performance issues, and I'm not a person that really cares about the graphics as long as I'm having fun. But I understand the criticisms. I understand them. They're not something that were important to me, but I can see why people didn't like it. So I hope that they really do take on all of the very valid criticisms and really make a masterpiece with this game. But I hope that they don't go so hard on the animations and the quality that they forget the plot. Like, I liked Scarlet and Violet because I thought the story was really interesting. I thought it was fun, especially the ending. I thought it was cool as hell. It was a complete twist that I did not think of at all. So I hope that the plot holds up, because Pokemon games can have incredibly good plots. Sun and Moon, don't ever get me started. I could write an essay. Wouldn't you want your good looks running down your face now, would we, Simeon, old pal? What are you sticking your nose in for? Hey, I just sense the vibe getting a little harsh and heavy, yeah? Thought I ought to lighten the mood. Oh, he's so me. I've very recently kind of come to the... Sorry, yawning. Realization that I'm, like, the funny friend. I like to always try... Well, not the funny friend, but, like, the friend that always tries to be optimistic. And whether that's cheering someone up through humor or trying to be optimistic through finding silver linings and stuff like that, I'm not very... I'm not always very optimistic myself when it comes to my own experiences, but when it comes to other people, I try to kind of instill that on them. Help me out here, Kay. Lift our spirits with a little dose of the old great thief magic. You don't have to tell me twice. Okay, let me see if I can do Simeon's voice. Here goes. I don't think that's what we were asking for, but go, I guess. Objection. What do you... Take this seriously, will you? Thought you could do with somebody running a little interference for you, master. Not the most ethical approach, I know, but again, Kay, again! We can worry about whether or not this is the right thing to do later. This is my last chance to try and prove a connection between Mr. Saint and his crimes. Let's forget the kidnappings for now. Is there anything else that suggests he is our mastermind? Oof. That bell is so... it's such a good, just thematic detail. So creepy. Of course. Carnus was looking for our secret string puller too. The young pup, as he called him. If I could prove that Mr. Saint was that same young pup, then perhaps... What evidence do I have that might point to him being involved behind the scenes? We have the chess diagram, and we have the drawing, and the bloodstain. To him being involved behind the scenes. Oh, this is tough. I want to say potentially the correspondence diagram? I think you, Mr. Knight, were both communicating with this person, Mr. Carnus. And that same person, I will be our secret string puller. This is the only thing I could really think of that they'd want to make evident, that they'd want to put as, like, the thing to use right now. That's right. Our mastermind was involved in Carnus and Knight's correspondence chess exchanges. If I can prove that Mr. Saint was the hidden intermediary between the two of them... All right, that's enough. This is getting painful. You don't have anything, and I have to practice for the show. So, if you don't mind... Thank you, Mr. Fender. I can take it from here. And I can't take any more of your interventions. Took me a while too. It's hard because none of the evidence says anything about Simeon Saint. Like, this here says, letter from Carnus retyped by the mastermind and then sent on to Bronco Knight. Nothing actively says it has anything to do with Saint. But this is the only thing I could think of, even if it didn't specifically say his name. I'm Simeon the funny clown. Look at me, I'm juggling. Okay, you can stop now. Mr. Saint, you're a fan of chess, I take it. Huh? Where did that come from? Chess? Sure, I don't hate it. Our secret string puller was playing correspondence chess with Mr. Carnus. I thought Bronco was the one playing chess with Carnus. You're saying he was your so-called mastermind? No, it wasn't him. Whoever it was went on manipulating events even after Knight's death. Take a look at this letter if you would. Who do you think could have written it? I believe it was the person who had inserted themselves between Mr. Carnus and Knight. And you think that person was me? Why would I go to all that trouble? That's crazy. To make it appear that the two men were connected and communicating directly with one another. The very fact that led Fifi Lagarde to murder him. What? You're saying he set that up to try and get Mr. Knight killed? Listen to yourself. What do you think I am? Some kind of evil puppet master? Yes, that's exactly what we think you are, actually. Currently the happiest I've been in a long time. I'm happy to hear that, Moth. That's great news. This fucking animal tower. You've seen me. I can barely even get the animals to do what I want. Except for the fact that they're now an armrest for you, towering up for you. Hello? Literal hypocrisy in your own animations. If we could find one of the letters he passed between Knight and Carnus, that would prove the connection beyond a doubt. I'd like to have your room searched. I believe we might find... letters? You won't trust me. What? Once I'm done with something, I put it straight in the trash. Guess I'm not the sentimental type. Why get hung up on the past, right? Ugh. He must have disposed of any incriminating items in order to cover his tracks. Guess you went in without the evidence you needed once again, huh? That's a bad habit, you know? So this doesn't prove anything either? We've fallen short yet again. What do we do now? Are we out of options? You accuse me of betraying my friend and you don't even have any proof? You're despicable. Who was that? Oh, hi. Hi, Regina, how are you? Ms. Berry? What does she want? Sorry, it's just I was thinking about what you were saying and this Knight person? You mean Bronco, right? Simeon's friend. Yes, what of it? Does she know something? A letter came from him this morning. For Simeon. Oh, Regina! Pull through! What? What did you... How is that possible? Knight is dead. Yeah, but letters take days to deliver. I feel like it's kind of... obvious? Sure, here you go. Let's open it up, shall we? It's another correspondence chess letter. The next move from the game with Mr. Carnus. Can anybody else smell checkmate? Can't wait to see your face when you lose. You're never gonna beat me. Not at chess. It's postmarked the 26th of March, the day before Knight died. I guess it must have gotten held up en route. Well, we do move around a lot. It's part of being a traveling circus. Our mail arrives late all the time. Interesting that it's addressed directly to you, Mr. Saint. These poor bunnies! This is animal abuse. This is it, isn't it? The proof we needed that you were the one facilitating Mr. Carniston and Knight's games. One of the letters you would have transcribed into Braille, in order to create the illusion that they were somehow connected. Curse you, Bronco. You're still getting in my way even now. I hate you, I hate you. I like how one of them is staring at the camera. Yeah. He's like, do you see this shit, chat? Do you see what I have to deal with right now? Simeon, how could you? Mr. Knight was your only friend. We weren't friends. Nothing else we can get him for animal abuse? True. I stopped thinking he was my friend 18 years ago. Right around the time of the IS-7 incident, in other words. I nearly froze to death because of him. I was just about to head out and meet my dad at the contest, but then Bronco showed up. He pinned me down and tied me up. He was crying the whole time, whining on and on. I'm sorry, but my dad says I have to do this, and if I don't do what he says, he'll so scary. Stop it, Bronco, stop it. I have to go meet my dad, I promised. If I'm not there to taste his candy for him, he'll be so upset. So he's... Gusto's son? This is Gusto's son, and Knight is Frost's son. I think. He needs me. If I don't go, he won't be able to show everybody he's the best in the world. I forget which one of them had the problem with taste, but I think it's Gusto. But no, he locked me in that car with him, and the two of us nearly died. He thought he could get out, but when he tried, the door was frozen shut. We were trapped. And that's how I lost my dad. What? You lost your dad? Yeah. Bronco's dad killed mine. He was the son of a murderer. What does he mean? That doesn't match up with what we know at all. Simeon, the victim in the IS-7 incident was a guy named Artie Frost. Yeah? That was my dad's name. My memories got kind of scrambled that day. What little I remembered was pretty mixed up. So I didn't find out until later that my dad was murdered. The murderer was a man named Carmelo Gusto, a confectioner. Really? Never knew Bronco's father's name. Well, maybe I chose not to remember. Ugh. Just thinking about the sicko that killed my dad turns my stomach. Mr. Saint, are you sure you didn't know the name of the murderer until just now? Do you think I'd sit on it if I did? No, I'd have reported him to the police straight away. All I knew was that Bronco's dad tricked my dad, and that's how I knew my dad was the one who was killed that day. Bronco was a traitor. He helped his father murder mine. He was the son of a cold-blooded killer. He deserved to die. I'm sorry, Mr. Saint, but you've made a mistake. A big one. A mistake? What do you mean? Artie Frost was a sculptor. He'd been working in France not so long before the murder, under the name Paul Halik. So I hear, but I don't remember hearing anything about that. Wish I could. Well, I'm afraid it's only natural that you don't, because he wasn't your father. Huh? Is this your idea of a joke? Well, it's not funny at all. You're right, it's not, but you need to know the uncomfortable truth. This piece of evidence proves that you're not Artie Frost's son. The ring, right? The chess set and the ring. Hey, Dino Spots, how you doing? This is indeed the murderer. This is the murderer, the mastermind, the evil guy. The big bad. Huh? Bronco's chess set? And a ring? Yes. Take a look at the ring for me, if you would. What does the engraving on it tell you? It's 2 letters, right? It is. This is the seal with which Paul Halik used to mark his works. And it was found next to Artie Frost's body 18 years ago. But why would Bronco have a memento of my father? The police looked for Frost's son for a long time, and eventually they found him. The ring was handed over to the man they were able to prove was his child, Bronco Knight. But that would mean I was... Precisely. That you are in fact the son of Carmelo Gusto. So he's the son of a murderer. And he's also well, Bronco Knight is also a murderer. Everyone's murderers. Oops, all murderers. The lesson of the day. If you're in this game, you've killed something. Might be a person. Might be... I don't know. A plant. No, that can't be. My dad I remember, don't I? The Riverdale murder gene? Exactly, Cass. Exactly. The evil gene. That was fucked up. I only watched it for a season, and I'm glad I did. Because I think that was the only season that actually was remotely okay. Bronco tied me up and locked me in that car. It was his fault I lost my dad. He deserved to die, didn't he? No way. I get to see your circus thing even though I'm in jail? Yeah, was looking forward to the next move in our little chess game. So the show is just the icing on top. I don't remember what Bronco's voice was. Yeah, I think you'll enjoy it. I will. And hey, come back soon, okay? I'll be mulling over my next move in the meantime. I knew Scone killed someone. She killed health and safety regulations. Oh, speaking of which, I put a little something in your chess set. But you can take a look at it later. A little something? No idea what that might be, but thanks. If you hadn't detained me 18 years ago, it wouldn't have had to end like this. Huh? Did you say something? Me, I was nothing. Goodbye, Bronco. And farewell. Well, now he looks pathetic again. I did all that. I know you're telling me that it was my father who killed Broncos? Then what was all this for? I didn't want to wind up dead, too. I didn't want to be weak and vulnerable. That's why I tried to be like Harness. Why I stayed in touch with him all these years. And there we have it. The truth at last. Mr. Saint, you were Mr. Carnus's correspondence chess partner. And you were the one manipulating events this whole time. It can't be over, right? There's no way it's over just yet. You're right. It was me. It was me all along. I knew it wasn't over. At last, he's finally telling the truth. I was the one who witnessed the murder 12 years ago. But you knew that already. The president's assassination, just as we thought. Which means he's the one who drew the picture. And they knew it too. That's why Lagarde kept questioning me, day in and day out. It got so I couldn't face what I knew the next day would bring. I was a nervous wreck. Who could blame me for wanting to get out of there? Oh, shit. Where did that go? Ah, I dropped something on the floor! My lip balm! Get back here! Ah, my bad. I need to stop playing with something like it's my stim toy when I have actual stim toys. There we go. I have a stim toy now. I imagine it wasn't as easy as simply running away. Winner wouldn't have sent his men after you. No matter where I went, they were on me. They never stopped coming 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. It's giving oh nugged my mice. I'm never gonna live that down, am I? I couldn't sleep at night. Even the smallest noise had me chasing shadows. It drove me crazy. So I joined the circus. At least that way moving from place to place was part of the job. My whole life I've been up against the chief prosecutor and the warden of a prison. No regular person could hope to stand up to people like that. From the time I was a child, I had nobody. But they weren't even the worst of it. The body double was behind it all, controlling everything. He may have been a fake, but he was the president of an entire country. What hope did I have? There was only one person I could turn to. Carnus, the man who saved my life. He wasn't like Bronco. He really did want to help me. That's quite a claim. Strange to think of our most famously ruthless assassin winning the admiration of the child he saved. The thing is, a lot of the time, a bad person in our perspective is a good person in another person's perspective. Like, someone can do a bad thing to us, but then do really good things to other people. You know? Some amazing, brilliant people can also be incredibly bad people at the same time. It just depends who they're with and who they're around. And become a hunter myself. And they all became my prey. I doubt even you imagined that the body double would ever go so far as to co-opt our country's police. No, I sure didn't. And as long Winner was around, no evidence was ever going to stand. Even nearly managed to ruin things this morning. Lagarde almost got away with it again. Like the guy who invented mustard gas and also modern agriculture? Exactly. Exactly. People can, you know, give to charity, be a philanthropist, be this amazing giving person, you know, the face of ethics and morality, and then it turns out that behind the scenes, you know, they're a shitty husband or a really terrible father, you know, they're violent, stuff like that. It really just... Your opinion on a person really just depends on the perspective that you have of them. But I know him now like the back of my hand. I could see exactly how it was going to all go down. So he saw right through their plan. How Chairman Winner would try to suppress the evidence in Warden Lagarde's trial. I see. And that's why you kidnapped Sean, correct? You wanted to force a guilty verdict regardless of the presence of evidence or the rule of law. Maybe I did, but how else was I going to make them pay for what happened 12 years ago? Whatever helps you sleep at night, but Winner pulled one last surprise, didn't he? He tried to kidnap Sean himself in the hopes of influencing the verdict. In other words, you chose the exact same course of action as the man you so fervently claimed to hate. That's only if I'd actually kidnapped anyone at all. But I'd never do anything so wicked. Never ever. Me commit a crime? No. And besides, I don't hate the three of them. If anything, I'm grateful. If they hadn't done what they did, my revenge wouldn't have been nearly as fun. So you admit it? Your motive in all this was nothing more than revenge? Sure, I admit it. So what? I despised every single one of them. But here's the kicker. I didn't kill anybody. Oof. The most you can blame me for is writing the odd letter here and there. A quick note to Ringer to tell her about Winner, another to him so he knew about her. But the fact that they wanted to kill each other and one of them succeeded, that was all on them. So you take no responsibility for the fact that your actions resulted in multiple murders? Hi, Gavel, nice to see you again. Been a while since we've heard your voice. Right, same thing at Gourd Lake. People are much easier to control than animals, you know. The whole fake assassination plot? I handed that to Bronco on a plate. That was part of his plan too? So Rook's murder was... No. That was all Bronco's idea, nothing to do with me at all. Still, it moved things in the right direction, wouldn't you say? Isn't fate a crazy thing? You can't talk like that about a murder. Setting Lagarde up was easy too. I just made it seem like Knight and Carnus were in contact with each other. And slipped the chisel inside the chess set. So it was you who put it in there? Yes, it was. Thought that might point everybody nicely in Carnus's direction. Worked out pretty well, even if I do say so myself. Who knew that would be all it took to make that awful woman murder poor Bronco? I guess she got to where she just saw enemies everywhere she looked. I know the feeling. Even the smallest thing can send your paranoia into overdrive. And then... Why is he defending himself when he knows he committed the crimes? Well, he's explaining that he actually didn't commit the crimes. Like, we can get him on some petty things, but right now we can't get him for murder until we prove that he murdered someone. And I'm thinking it's like the I swear I think he killed the ex-president. Not the ex-president, the fake president, but I don't think it was Sean. I had a front row seat for the whole show. You were the last piece to be put into play, of course. Who, me? You solved both cases and finally brought down Winner and Lagarde. I guess you could say your powers of deduction were the weapon that put an end to them both. I didn't solve those cases for your sake. Sure. You didn't know you were doing me a favor. You were just playing at being an attorney for a little while, right? What did you say? All I had to do was cower and say, no, 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 a few times. And you rode to my rescue like the hero you are. Oh! Manipulated him right into the hero complex. Yee, ouch, man. Literally as the master manipulator. Exactly, Cass. Ugh. Was getting arrested part of your plan too? No, that wasn't something I expected, I have to admit. Never thought they'd take the chisel for the murder weapon. That was a real plot twist. Made my blood run cold for sure. But then who should come through with the turnabout to end all turnabouts? The greatest legal mind of his generation. My knight in shining armor! I bet it felt pretty good saving me like that, huh? You ought to thank me, you know. I don't do that for many people. Suddenly I understand why people ship these two. It's a minority, but I can see the context as to why. I at least see it from Simeon's side. I don't know if Edgeworth would ever be into him, but Simeon almost sees Edgeworth as a teammate over an adversary. He sees him as a collaborator. You're wrong. He wasn't playing at being an attorney. He was trying to help you because helping people is what Mr. Edgeworth does. He helped me right when I needed it most. Okay. Aw, did he? You sure he wasn't just trying on his dear departed daddy's shoes for size? No, that's not what he was doing. Come on, K-Meister. Don't let this clown get you down. He's projecting, plain and simple. Painting other folks with his own grubby brush. This is Sherlock and Moriarty. Oh my god, you're so right. You're so right. Oh, I hate and love you for saying that. It's not just that he doesn't trust other people. Poor kid doesn't even understand the concept. Doing something for somebody else's sake? Forget about it. He'll never understand. You think I care what you have to say about me? Consider this for a second. I've gotten my revenge on everybody I set out to get it from. And yet... had to share the cursed knowledge. It's cursed and blessed. You know, it's blessed. It's cast. Think about it. I never actually did anything. What's my crime exactly? Explain it to me. You think you can pin an incitement charge on me? Read my letters. I don't mention murder anywhere. If I did, maybe you'd have a case. Maybe you could say I encouraged them. But it's the same story as always, I'm afraid. You can't prove I did anything at all. Oh, we have to be able to! What are we missing here? That's not true, you kidnapped me. Sorry, but did I miss the part where you proved that? All I ever admitted to was sending letters. Letters which didn't threaten, coerce, or encourage anybody to do anything. I just passed on what you might call pertinent information. Ugh, he's a slippery one, I'll give him that. There's gotta be something we can do. And what about this excitement stuff he's talking about? Incitement, Kay. It means to encourage or direct another person to commit a crime. In the eyes of the law, it's seen as equivalent to committing the crime itself. So then we just need to prove that he told them to do it. You say that like it's going to be easy. Guess maybe you're not so big on due process after all. You think you can make me carry the can for murders I had nothing to do with? Think again. I don't even have to talk to you if I don't want to. In fact, why am I still talking to you? I can think of one reason. The tent is surrounded. There's nowhere left to run. Really? You don't think I planned my escape too? How many animals is it? How many animals does it take you to escape from a tent, my guy? What if, just to pluck an idea out of nowhere, I'd trained all of these vicious wild beasts to attack on command, for example? All I'd have to do is say the word, then slide off stage in the chaos. What? You wouldn't. I'm just spitballing, but you'd pay to see that, wouldn't you? I could just as easily take Sean hostage with the gun I may or may not have in my pocket. Yeah, you know what? That would make for a killer show. You will do no such thing. Yeah, see, this is why you don't take children to crime scenes. They will get held hostage. It's hard to know what lengths he might actually be prepared to go. But knowing what we know about him already, we have to be prepared for the worst. Fine, I'll humor you. But once the curtain goes up on this little performance, it better be a lively one. Bore me, and we're done here. Alright, let's see if you can keep me entertained, shall we? Ugh, not gonna give me an inch. But there must be something we can do. We can't let his crimes go unpunished. Okay, so doing this is getting answers wrong, I think from now on, is going to take double our health. And I'm surprised it took them this long to implement it, because it happened in Phoenix, right? All the time. Think about it. I never actually did anything. What's my crime? Explain it to me. All right, press. You encouraged others to commit murder, and those murders were duly committed. And if I can prove it, you will be punished just as if you had done the deed yourself. What was the word for it again? I forgot already. Incitement. Chairman Winner won the guard and broke her night. All were criminals in their own right and all committed unforgivable acts, but all were induced to commit those acts by somebody behind the scenes. This man right here. You really don't hold back, but it doesn't change anything. Think you can pin an incitement charge on me. All right, let's do this one. Nowhere at all? What, you didn't look? I can give you a minute if you like. He's clearly confident that I won't find anything. He must have planned those letters down to the last word. Look, I don't want to teach you how to do your job, but if you can't prove I encouraged them to commit those murders, your incitement charge goes up in smoke. Too bad, so sad. Okay, so that didn't give us shit. If I did, maybe you'd have a case. Maybe you could say I encouraged them. I know for a fact that you made those murders happen. Flashback. Oh, yes, from the phone calls we had with him. You told me yourself. Did I? And you can prove it. If you can't, this ends here. Just ask yourself, could this sweet, innocent boy have done the things you're saying? No, no, no. I hate to admit it, but he's right. Without proof, we have nowhere to go with this. If we could only prove what he said on that phone call. But it's the same story as always. You can't prove I did anything at all. Press. The same story as always? What do you mean by that? What does that matter? That's not important here. You know what is important. That you can prove nothing. Until we have some way of showing that he's guilty, we're just going to continue floundering. Either I thrust items of evidence in front of him and hope for the best, or I go over it all one more time. Whichever method I choose, proof is the only way we're going to get anywhere here. He confessed to me over the telephone. He told me he was the one who made Chairman Winner kill Rosie Ringer. I just need to find a piece of evidence that proves what was said on that call. Okay. Shit, I did that again. I didn't mean to press, I meant to present there. I don't know what I'd present there, but I know I need to. Blah, blah, blah. Hurry up, hurry up, hurry up. So we need to prove that he did it on the phone? No. Night into my office for a thorough grilling tomorrow. No. Pocket chess set and ring. Person in the red raincoat planted this inside K's Yadagarasu pin. A recording of signals that were intercepted from the bug. So maybe it's... It's either the bug or the signals from the bug. I assume. But I don't know which one. Celsius winner wore these when digging for footprints. There's Sean rehearsing. But she didn't see the president pass through. Photo taken yesterday, no monster footprints and no body were visible. The Torosaurus, the lock. I don't know. Nope, incorrect. Incorrect, Amanda. Damn it. I don't know why Gavel also had to criticize me while this was going on, but alas. How do I do this? Present. I'm thinking the tape now. Shit. This piece of evidence. Nope. Put it away. Just put it away. Damn it. We're losing it now. No bluff when I see it, and this isn't even a good one. It's written all over your face. Ah. I just got very sleepy. Ah, get me through this. Get me out. Bet you're about to drop a logic bomb. I hope so. Either way, we'll get to the truth in the end. Let's try... Oh, let's try the last thing that I found. Let's try the letter. Not the letter! I don't know what to do here. This one's gonna take me. Charizard, are you here? Or anyone who wants to look at the walkthrough and give me hints. Am I at least correct on presenting on the third statement? Is it this statement that I need to present on? Because I feel like it gave me the most information. Because it was like, I have to prove that I said something on a phone call. I don't know. A pin? Nope. Yep, I'm getting further and further away from this, I think. Do you want the statement? Yes. Because if it's not the third one, then I'm screwed. Well, and if it is the third one, I'm still screwed because there's so much evidence. Fourth statement. Okay, and my next question, Charizard, is that have I presented him something on the third statement that was meant for the fourth statement? I have presented the pin. Oh, shit. The pin, the letter to Rosie Ringer, the bug, and Ms. Lloyd's tape. Are any of those the correct one? You did present it? Okay. First try! Kind of. First try on the right statement. Ignore the 4 tries on the wrong statement. I'm afraid you're wrong. I have proof that you meant for at least one murder to happen, because you said so yourself. There's something I need to tell you. Truth is, I was the one who made Big Bad Chairman Winner kill Little Miss Rosie Ringer. I said that? Weird. I don't remember. I know you think you can worm your way out of everything, but this time you're wrong. I am? Yes, because our conversation was being recorded by somebody intercepting the signal from the very listening device that you planted. It was? Thank goodness for Tabby Lloyd, I say for the first time ever. You got your conversation with the clown here on tape? That's what you're trying to tell us? No. Lang Ji says, a schemer's schemes will swallow him in the end. Miss Lloyd, could you play us the tape, please? You bet I can. Got it. It was this part right here. Yep. Who's this? You're the one who abducted Kay. Sorry. It was right around here. I was as surprised as... No! Did the tape die? Is something wrong, Miss Lloyd? I'll say. Seems we maybe didn't quite catch the next part on tape. What? Why? How could it not be on there? No! How does that even happen? Oh, poor babies. You think I'd leave myself wide open like that? Well, think again. There's something a little special about that bug, you see. It can be turned on and off remotely. What? I never knew they make those. Remote control bugs? Sure, they exist, but... So you switched it off to avoid being recorded? Bingo! But how? You would have had to know you were being recorded in the first place. And I did. Of course I did. It was so obvious that someone was eavesdropping, and that's because... Miss Lloyd, was it? You knew about the prosecutor's kidnapping without any prompting. No. You heard that whole conversation? I did indeed, old pal. But I must say, I thought you would have figured it all out much sooner. Aren't you supposed to be a genius, prosecutor? Ugh. Now, where were we again? Oh yeah, at the part where if you couldn't prove incitement, it was game over. Oh well. Ugh. Oh shucks. So my tape ain't gonna be of no use to nobody after all? Come on, I must have recorded something you can use. If only that were true. Hey, K-Meister. Yeah? The old buggeroo. It was hidden in your pin that whole time, right? That shake anything loose from the old brain tree? I don't know. Give me a second to think. You're the only one who's been directly in contact with him before. So sad. Relying on flawed evidence. Desperately trying to make it stick. Well, that's quite enough of that for now. Next topic, please. Huh? He's trying to steer us away from our current line of inquiry. I'm sorry. That just happened. Oh, that's egregious. We're getting a flashback from literally 10 seconds ago. Kay had a one-to-one encounter with him only recently. What if the sound from that point in time had been recorded? Ms. Lloyd, how long were you recording the intercepts from the bug for? Started about 2 nights back. In which case, during which time frame would be likely to find Mr. Saint's voice on that tape? 2 nights ago? Mr. Saint abducted Kay and took her up to the roof of the big building 2 nights ago. What if there was a recording from around that time? Ms. Lloyd, quickly play us any tape you have from the night before last. Huh? Oh, sure thing. They need to calm down with the flashbacks. They do. That was terrible. We didn't need to hear what Franziska said again. We already knew because we just read it. Frustrating. That's the sound of the balloon. Indeed it is. And around that time, I imagine Mr. Saint would have been transporting you in it, which means he can't have been too far away from you, or the bug. Is there anything else on the recording, I wonder? Whoa! Bang ka-chang! Wait, that noise! That was a gunshot! Who the fuck got shot 2 nights ago? I don't remember anybody! Huh. You turned the bug off then too, it seems. Unluckily for you, you were a little late in doing so. There's no escaping it now. That gunshot ties you directly to the case. Huh? What are you talking about? Nobody ever even mentioned a gun. He's wrong. Somebody involved with this case discharged a firearm. I just need to remember who it was and present the piece of evidence that proves it. Which piece of evidence shows that a gun was used in an incident related to this case? What? What? Gunshot residue detected on right hand. Okay, the president. Take that. I figured it out quickly. So now he's involved in the president's murder too. It's written right here in the president's autopsy report. Traces of gunshot residue were detected on his hand. Ugh. And where was Kay when the gunshot was recorded? That's right. She was in the balloon being taken by you to the top of the big building. However, the roof wasn't as deserted as you needed it to be. Yes, I was there with the president. Wait, not long after we started talking, he noticed something and told me to leave. And if a gunshot rang out shortly after that? Don't tell me you didn't hear it yourself, Mr. Saint. Not when it was crystal clear in the recording. You're just going to pretend to ignore me? What else do you expect me to do when you keep spouting your weird theories? We didn't just hear a gunshot on that tape. If you listen carefully, you can hear that the bullet hit something too. Could the president have been aiming at Mr. Saint? What would the bullet have struck? The chain, maybe? The truck? The bullet hit something metal. That doesn't help me much. Hey, Ath, how you doing? I'm pretty good. It's good to see you too. I'm really tired right now. I've got the case of the mid-afternoon sleepies, but I'm trying to get myself through it. I'm trying to think of what the building would have struck, the bullet would have struck. It struck something metal. I just had a 30-minute chat where the goal started as, maybe I don't understand Pokemon TCG, maybe it's good, and by the end of the call, I'm like, oh nah, aside from cheapness, this game sucks. Yeah. I've heard a lot about the Pokemon TCG. It has a very, very, very hard meta that is kind of inescapable. And that came about most recently due to a lot of old cards rotating out. So a lot of old meta cards are gone, which means an absolute monster that is Dragapult EX has replaced it. I don't know what Dragapult EX does, but apparently it's way too powerful for its own good. 50 to 60% representation of the best deck, with the rest getting screwed over. Incredibly uninteractive card design, really hard to find pieces. Dragapult EX basically just lets you kill things on the bench uninteractively. Damn, that feels so unintuitive for a game like that. What metal thing could this thing have hit? What would the bullet have struck? The bull ring? I don't know. No, this is on top of the big building. He shot the... He shot... Did he shoot the balloon? That's kind of the only thing, right? I think the president was firing at the balloon. And if he was, what we heard on that tape could have been the bullet hitting the basket. Let's take a look and see, shall we? Does the basket have a bullet hole? Yes, it does! Hey, Peace, thank you so much for the hydrate and the posture check. I need rest. Good night, Sanic fan. No worries, look after yourself first, dude. Sleep well. A hole with a bullet stuck in it. There's a bullet hole in the bottom of the basket. I'd call that pretty conclusive proof. Well, Mr. Saint, how do you explain not just the sound on the tape but the accompanying bullet hole? You see everything, don't you? Pretty impressive, I have to admit. I doubt there's anything I could hide from you if you really wanted to find it. Just shut up and confess, will you? Yeah, I agree with you, Lang. All right. No need to get cranky. I'll admit I flew the balloon up to the roof, but when I arrived, Judge Cavell and the president were already there. That came as a surprise, I have to say. Only the president noticed me and he made the good judge leave right away. Then he pointed his gun at me and fired. But why would he fire at the balloon? Like, the balloon isn't... Why did he think the balloon was dangerous? I'm so confused. Did he recognize Simeon or something in the balloon? From that distance? Why was he trying to shoot down the balloon? Oh, that's simple enough. When I arrived, he was just about to murder your friend, the judge here. Me? Yeah, you. You told him about Sean. What do you think would happen? Why do you think he met with you in the first place? He thought you were going to expose him as an imposter. Because she knew the truth about Sean's parentage. He was afraid. Huh. Afraid. Yeah, you could say that. The man was a total coward. His hands were shaking so much when he tried to get rid of me he couldn't even shoot straight. So you see, I just happened to be in the wrong place at the wrong time. I was an innocent bystander. Well, there's the answer to that. He thought Simeon caught him committing a murder. Yikes. I'll admit I flew the balloon up to the roof when I arrived. Okay, let's do some pressies. Around what time would that have been? Just after 11. That's when you and your pal went up to the roof. Yes, it was. No contradictions there. But the fact that we've confirmed the time is important nonetheless. And because I arrived when I did, Judge Cavell and the president were already there. This came as a surprise, I have to say. Why? So you didn't expect to find the two of them there? Of course not, why would I? But it's lucky I got there when I did. We all know what would have happened if I'd been any later. He was just about to try and kill you, Gavel. You really didn't suspect a thing? I'm afraid I did not. I had no idea. Maybe you shouldn't have blabbed to him about the kid. Did you ever think of that? I was merely trying to... Well, Gavel! Like, in the past cases, yeah, she was annoying, but like, she's been fine this time. She's been amazing, and now she's just getting sucked in. What kind of mother? Whoa! Rude! And your voice is really pretty. Thank you, Ath. I appreciate it. I'm your opponent here, not Judge Gavel. Now leave her alone and tell us what we need to know. Don't worry, Your Honor. I'll take it from here. I am in your debt, Mr. Edgeworth. As is Sean, I trust that you will look after us both. And I pray that the Goddess of Justice will watch over us all. Your precious goddess didn't even warn you there was a balloon right behind you. Only the president noticed me, and he made the good judge leave right away. I'm gonna take a stab in the dark. Never mind, I cannot take a stab in the dark. I thought the photo of the eye was somewhere. Nope, never mind. Been able to nap to Zeph's stream several times. You have? Oh, that's so cute. I'm so flattered. Because I always see myself as a very, like, loud, rambunctious person, especially on stream. I really kind of... I don't put it on purpose, but I do definitely end up putting it on. So I'm glad that I can still be soothing sometimes, somehow. He made her leave, but why? Wasn't he planning to kill her? Sure, but I bet he didn't want to do it in front of witnesses. Murderers don't tend to like that. He still didn't know he wasn't the real president, right? His secret was safe for the time being, and now that he knew about Sean, he could kill both of them whenever he wanted. You two got lucky when he died, huh? Why the frowns? I'd be smiling from ear to ear. Be happy I killed him! I don't think anybody will be smiling until this matter has been cleared up once and for all. Save your game? I just did, but sure, I'll do it again. Thank you, Dino Spots. Please continue if you would. Your wish is my command. Where were we? Oh yeah, that coward of a fake president. I guess a witness suddenly appearing in the sky must have shaken him up pretty badly, and he panicked. Then he pointed his gun at me and fired. Press. You're lucky that the bullet only struck the bottom of the basket. I tried to get out there the second he pulled out that gun, couldn't have my balloon going pop, but it was a close run thing. So you left right then and there. Of course I did, he was shooting at me. Are you saying there's a problem with that? Does that present a problem? Yeah, sure. In the end, you managed to leave Kay there up on that rooftop, which means you didn't actually leave the vicinity, did you? Oh yeah. Guess I forgot to tell you the next part. After he shot at me, he escaped through the hatch to the 51st floor. Well, we have evidence against that. I hung around a little longer to make sure the coast was clear, then I landed on the roof. Would you mind appending that statement to your testimony? Makes no difference to me. Oh, honey. It does. It does. You're lying to us again. I am? The president never entered the storeroom the night before last. Miss Hart testified to that fact. What? And you believe the word of a 2-bit hack over mine? We're going so well. We went 2 hours and 43 minutes. Without Lot of Heart. Oh shit, I just nearly turned on sticky keys. Whoopsies! I find it hard to believe this guy's such a mastermind when we're taking this apart so easily. Yeah, he's a real master manipulator, but then master manipulator, but not master covering it up. That was not good at all. I beg your gosh dang pardon? Say that about the chief again, I dare ya. I'll wipe that smile right off of your stupid clown face. So we know Hart was camped out on the 51st floor that entire evening. But if our fake president didn't escape through there, then how the heck did he get off the roof? An excellent question, and one that I hope to provide the answer to next. We know that he didn't leave via the elevator, so neither that nor the hatch are possibilities, which leaves only one possible way of escaping that rooftop. How did the president leave the rooftop if it wasn't via the elevator or the hatch, the balloon? Yeah, master manipulator, not master criminal. That is a good, differentiation to make. He flew. Just out of context on its own, Miles Edgeworth saying, he flew, is very funny. He flew? Yes, in Mr. Saint's balloon. Whoa. Quit fooling around, will you? Why in the world would I give that guy a lift in my balloon? There was a security camera on the elevator, and Miss Hart was on the 51st floor the whole time. There's no other way he could have left that rooftop. You know what the circus is all about? Making the audience think you're in danger. Giving them a thrill. But it's time to bring this act to an end. I'm not in danger here even if you think I am. What do you mean? Watch and learn. Miss Hart, can I ask you something? You were keeping guard on the 51st floor the whole time, right? Never even blinking for a moment? You bet your big toe I was. I done said as much in my testimony. Huh. So the noise, the sound of Ma's faithful assistant falling through the hatch, that didn't scare you so badly that you fainted? Oh, damn it. Passed out unconscious. That explains the noise that caused you to faint as well, Miss Hart. It was the sound of Kate crash landing onto the storeroom floor. Fuck. Well, so what if I did? Ain't a girl in the world don't get caught a little unaware sometimes. Sorry, Miles, but that's what you get for putting your faith in these people. It doesn't matter. Kate can't have fallen down the hatch until after the president left the roof. Are you sure about that? Allow me to offer a little counter theory. The coward fake president fired his gun at me. Then he hid in the shadows until after your friend fell down the hatch. What? So what if he did? What would that mean? Come now. Surely even you can see what I'm insinuating here. It's elementary. If the president hid until after Miss Hart fainted, he could have passed right through the 51st floor undetected. No. Heh. And there we have it. Your little theory about the secret storeroom falls apart. No! Did he have to do that to me in my own voice? That's right. Oh, and another thing. I might have let Sean's identity slip to our pal the president while he was hiding in the shadows. That's why he went to the set to try and murder him the next day, only to wind up being killed himself. That's right. It was Sean who murdered the body double. What possible reason could the boy have for doing so? Oh, a pretty good one. He already knew he was the president's son. And how did he discover that exactly? Because I told him. In one of my trademark letters. What? He's lying. Oh, you bet I am. Huh? Or am I? Maybe I did tell him. And maybe I didn't. Well, Shawnee boy, which is it? It was my fault the Taurosaurus head fell off that roof. I admitted that much already. But I didn't find out about my dad until today. Huh. Well. I knew about the falling head thanks to the bug, but who knew it was you who made it fall? And the president died from being crushed, was it? Ugh. Alright, well that's confirmed at least. You were the murderer. Congrats on getting your revenge. That ties everything up pretty neatly, wouldn't you say? Although I guess you'd say something more like, and so the pieces fall into place at last. Well, counter my unassailable logic if you can. Another one. You know my MO by now, right? I'm a hands-off kind of guy. I just like to pull a few strings here and there. That was the case with Bronco, with Chairman Winner, so what makes you think I'd let that fake president set foot on my balloon? Besides, I thought he was crushed to death by that monster model head. And who said Aldorasaurus's noggin have fallen, I have a feeling there isn't too much more. I hope not. But, I don't know, you really never know. You really never know with these games. Sorry, a yawn. That's not possible. Is there a detective in the house? Somebody arrest that boy! Can't help noticing nobody rushing to slap on the handcuffs. What's the matter? Ugh. Curse you! Just as I thought. Admit it, you're all the same. You, Winner, that idiot phony president, you want the real culprit to go free so you can railroad me into a jail cell, don't you? That's the justice you all claim to love so much. You only love it when you can twist it to suit your needs. No, that's not true. Several hours of story later. Oh, I hope it's not that many. I think, I actually don't know how close we are. But who knows? Well, a few people probably know, but I'm not one of them. You're not going to make the move. Guess I'll have to step outside and speak to an officer myself. Once I tell them the kid here's a murderer, maybe they'll finally do something. We're not done with your testimony yet, Mr. Saint. You want I can tell you how close we are? I skimmed a guide for the rebuttal names. Okay, well, considering you're already saying I think we're quite close, and the fact that you have, evidence of that, you don't need to give me the evidence. Ugh, excuse me. How did I know you'd make some excuse for stalling even longer? But you still don't have any proof, do you? Or any chance of winning this? Tell me I'm wrong. And yet you still want to prolong the agony. Well, as long as you know what you're doing. Ugh, he's not holding back. What, did you forget that little Shawnee's life is on the line too? Hey, Malzarino. Take a deep breath for me, would you? Why would I do that, Fender? Because it's times like these you need to kick back, take stock, and be grateful of what you have. The worst of times are when lawyers calmly show our biggest smiles. Remember? The way in which the president made his escape is what you and Laughing Boy can't agree on. So how about this for a little thought experiment? What if it's not about whether the big guy in the purple jacket got on that balloon or not, but rather, under what conditions would Simeon have been cool with letting him get on board? A turnabout in thinking. Oh my goodness. The power of daddy issues compels you! Forgive the interruption, just my 2 cents worth. Oh, your old man's, I guess I should say. Maybe Gregory's techniques can still prove useful in this crazy modern era. He's right. Under what circumstances could the body double have been allowed on the balloon? He was a physically imposing man, and what's more, he was carrying a gun. Could he have been drugged? No, there were no traces of sedatives found during his autopsy. In which case, surely not. I don't know. I have an idea. He didn't get on the balloon. He got pulled on the balloon. Dead. His corpse got put on the balloon. Because cause of death, crushing. Full body contusions and bone breakages caused by extreme pressure from above. What if Simeon landed on him with the hot air balloon and crushed him, and it wasn't the Torosaurus head after all? And then Simeon took him into the basket. That would make sense too. That would make sense too, because he has the flower. He has the lion lily pollen. Yeah, the flowers were also crushed, and he would have been holding the flowers because Gavel gave him the flowers at the top of the building. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness gracious me. Oh! I think I know what happened. And if this isn't how it happened, I might lose my mind. Are you ready to continue, Miles? And don't forget, this is what we're playing for. Yeah, we're gonna lose a lot of health if we get something wrong here. So let's save spam this. All right. You know my MO by now. I'm a hands-off kind of guy. I just like to pull a few strings here and there. That was the case with Bronco with Chairman Winner. So what makes you think I'd let that fake president set foot on my balloon? Besides, I thought he was crushed to death by that model monster head. And who said old Torosaurus is not gonna fallen? Okay. I'm not quite sure where I'm supposed to present something there, so I am gonna do some pressings and see what I can get from that. The strings in question being those of Sean in the president's body double. You seem pretty confident of your abilities in that particular arena. Is that so weird? I'm an animal tamer, and what's the wildest animal of them all? That's right, humans. Okay, Mr. Philosophical. What the hell? Didn't take much to get those two dancing in my tune. A little truth here, a little hint of revenge there. Somebody ought to thank me. I did this world a favor. Mr. Edgeworth, he's scaring me. Oh, Kay. Don't let him get him under your skin, Kay. We have to stay strong. This man sowed the seeds of another's revenge in order to achieve his own. It's our duty to stop him, and we will succeed in that duty. Why do people do bad things? Don't they realize it'll just come back to bite them in the end? Well, that's foreshadowing, if they're anything. That was the case with Bronco with Chairman Winner. I don't think we present here, but I'm just gonna press for who cares. And so you insist that you had no direct involvement in any of what occurred. What can I say? I don't like to get my hands dirty. Sure do love to watch the action unfold, though. All those idiots desperately trying to kill one another and they don't even know I lit the fuse. I love it. You haven't changed. All you did 12 years ago was watch 2. You're talking about the whole SS5 thing. Hee, stop it. You poor popper. Scrambling around for answers and finding nothing. What do they call that again? Oh yeah, rank incompetence. He's just going around and insulting everybody. Whoa. Okay, Lang, now you take a deep breath. Eat a Snickers. You're not you when you're hungry. I'm not voicing that yelling. Your father may not have closed out the case, not publicly anyway, but it was thanks to his work that we're standing here right now. Sorry to butt in, Miles, but your little pep talk isn't going to magically solve this case. Now I know you have your theories. So what makes you think I'd let that fake president set foot on my balloon? I don't know how to put my theory into the game. I don't know how to... Like, I don't know what statement to present. I don't know even what evidence to present with this theory. Watching everyone killing each other and knowing I started it, doesn't that prove incitement? In the most technical aspects, probably not. Because he didn't tell them to murder each other. He just tricked them. He just tricked a lot of people and gave them a lot of information, and they all just kind of individually decided to murder each other. That's what happened. That's the problem. It's the only way he could have gotten down from the roof of that building. All right, let's game this one out, shall we? Suppose I took him down to the ground like you said. What's wrong with doing that? So you admit it, you did take him on your balloon. You're really obsessing over this one little detail. This isn't like you, Miles. And how do you think it went down? He held me at gunpoint and said, show me the city at night. That's funny. That's ridiculous, and you know it is. Or did you really fail to think this through? You said yourself you gave him Sean's identity. Surely that was enough to win him over. Win him over? The man who shot at me? No, 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 no. Then you must have put him to sleep and carried him away like you did with me. Very well, let us suppose that be true for a second. Did the autopsy show the presence of sedatives? It's no good. He's just not giving us an opening. Anyway, never mind all that. There are way more interesting things I'd rather talk about. I think we have to present here. But I don't know what to present here. I have some doubts about that. I mean, if the president really was killed by the Torosaurus head... Don't tell me you're throwing your own pet theory into the trash, Mr. Genius Prosecutor. Aren't you the one who went to all that trouble to prove the man squished by head hypothesis was true? That may have been my theory at one point, but that was when we thought the head was the only thing that could have crushed him. Oh yeah, this is it. Why the past tense? That's still your theory, no? It's not like you have anything else right now. The president's body double was crushed under the falling Torosaurus head. Fact. No. There must be something. Some other piece of evidence that could link this man to the president's death by crushing. Don't you think it's time you gave up, Miles? I don't like watching you struggle like this. We all know who did it. The model head is practically screaming his name. Oh, but we have to figure out what evidence it is. I don't think we present on this statement, but I'll press it anyway. Sean was the one who caused the head to fall, that much we know. He even admitted it himself. Fantastic, so we're all in agreement. Well done, everybody. Case closed. Sean Fenn killed the fake president, and that's that. Somebody get those cops in here. Not so fast. This case is far from closed. Ehehe, still scrabbling, huh? Well, all right then, enlighten us and be quick about it. If you can't, I want to see the kid in handcuffs, or are you only a stickler about the law when things are going your way? Mr. Edgeworth, what do we do? What do we do? Think, Miles, think. If Mr. Saint killed the president's body double, it would have to have happened while the two of them were together on the roof. So what would he have had to hand? That's the answer that would tell us how he was killed. It's not going to make this easy. We need to think about how the president died. It was a very particular cause, to say the least. If we assume he was crushed by the Torosaurus head, then the whole thing becomes Sean's fault. But what if that wasn't what the president was crushed by? Is there something else that could have extended a similar kind of force? Okay, Do I present the fucking... Do I present the fucking balloon again? Is that what I do? That was the tank. That was rope. Well, the rope is interesting. And then the outside of it. Yes, you were carried in the basket. Well, now Kay's gonna be afraid of hot air balloons for the rest of her life. Not the main reason you want to get your revenge, is it? Is there anything? No, it doesn't look like there's really anything else on the balloon. But that doesn't mean it's not the balloon. Oh my god. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Sean didn't kill the president. The president was crushed by a monster. What? Did you really just say that? You? Oh, I get it. He's the kid who can communicate with giant beasts, right? Did he use his special powers? The only person in communion with monsters was you. Sorry, but you must have been mixed up with somebody else. No monster pals here, I'm afraid. Huh. Why the false modesty? You're very close with at least one such creature. In fact, you can make this particular monster do exactly as you command. Oh my gosh, I can't believe it. I was right! It was you who killed the president, Mr. Saint, and I can prove it. What? You got that in sync with the Edgeworth and my jaw dropped? What can I say? What can I say? Except you're welcome. What can I say? The Edgeworth Kinney. Our brains are the same. I might be ballin', might. I definitely am ballin'. Thank you, Dino Spots. Deva's feeling the same as I was an hour ago. Oh yeah, like I'm a fucking genius. I'm a fucking genius. Well, you could say that like an even bigger genius would have figured it out even earlier than that, but Edgeworth is known as a genius prosecutor, and I figured it out at the same time that Edgeworth did. So, I could be a genius prosecutor if I wanted to. I just never graduated high school and don't have a law degree. You're talking about the lion balloon? Yes, a quivering mockery of a monster filled with hot air, but a monster nonetheless. Not entirely unlike Mr. Saint himself. Sorry, you lost me. What are you trying to say exactly? You seemed very keen to stick to your story about having manipulated Sean and the president, but no matter how true you may have wanted it to be, that was nothing more than a desperate lie. Even the most skilled animal tamer can't make the dead do his bidding. I could be a genius prosecutor if I wanted to, I just never graduated high school and don't have a law degree. Exactly! Like, I could be. I'm just not. Actually, I don't know. I don't think I'd want to be a lawyer. I think it would be too much pressure. I think it would give, yeah, I could be a genius prosecutor if it wasn't for, 1, never having graduated high school, 2, not having a law degree, 3, anxiety. And the president was dead long before he left that roof, having been killed by your balloon. I get it. That thing may look lighter than air, but it weighs a few hundred pounds, right? When the president attacked you from the roof, you had to think quickly in order to protect yourself. The method you chose, landing the balloon right on top of him. That's funny. Squish! Like a bug. Oh, sorry, I'm just tying my hair up. I'm getting a little warm. I didn't have any jumpers yesterday except for my hoodie, but now it's too warm for my hoodie. I'm in pain. You didn't need to let him ride on that balloon, and he didn't need to coerce you into taking him, because what you took away was his dead body. I was actually thinking about taking forensics class. That sounds cool. I feel like it's like I want to do some kind of tertiary education. I do. But I just... Whenever I've tried, it doesn't work out for me. So I don't know where I'm gonna go with that, really. Wait a minute now, Miles. If what you're saying is true, the president would have been killed 2 nights ago, which would mean the time of death recorded in the autopsy was wrong. It would? Wow, you're really losing your touch. Look again, it's written right there. Time of death, April 5th at approximately 11 p.m. Clear as day. Ah! April 5th! That was yesterday, which means... Exactly. It means he died when the Torosaurus head fell off the roof. Oh, Sean! I learned quickly I can't do schooling system. Yeah, me either. It's not... I don't know if it's feasible for me. Alright, Sean, it's time to be honest with us all. You know it's the right thing to do. You killed your daddy, didn't you? You hated him, didn't you? We get it, who wouldn't? He just left you. What kind of a father would do that? No, that's not what happened. I already told you I didn't know who he was until today. Oh, but you did know. Because I told you myself. Can my theory really have been so wide off the mark? I want to thank you once again, Miles. You hounded Winner and Lagarde until their crimes were finally exposed. And by ruining them both, you helped me get my revenge. Gotta love those powers of deduction. If the time of death matched up, everything else would fit. So, could he possibly have cheated the time of death somehow? Oh, and what was the other guy's name again? Carmelo Gusto. You even ran him down for me. That was some great work you did there. Of course. Gusto, the IS-7 incident. He killed Frost and froze his body in order to conceal it. So we're gonna say he froze the body somehow? What? I just thought it was gonna be Excelsius Winner faking the autopsy report again for some reason. Oh. That transition was peak. Holy. Like father, like son. Oh my gosh. I only wish I could have been there to see his downfall too. How can you say that? He was your father. It's so scary. As the guard keeps just asking and asking about what happened that day. Where are you, Dad? When are you coming to get me? Please, I need you to come take me away. It's because I broke my promise? Because I didn't show up in time to help you taste your work? He was no father. He left me all on my own. What kind of a person would do that? We may have shared the same blood, but that's it. Father? What a joke. This is the only time that Saint is correct right now. The only time. I mean, Lagarde and Excelsius Winner were also terrible people, so taking them down was fun. But, like, this is the most correct he's ever been. You may not want to hear this, Mr. Saint, but you share more than blood. Hate him all you like, but you're more like your father than you know. Huh? What's that supposed to mean? Fate can be strange sometimes, but this was no coincidence. You and your father were the same, even in the methods you chose. You deliberately threw off the time of death just as he did. That's right! We had to rescue him. Warehouse refrigeration unit! Oh shit. I threw off the time of death? And how did I do that? Exactly. By hiding the president's body in a very specific place. You hid the body right here. Sunshine Depot. They really just give this one to you. Well, I'm glad they did. I would not have been able to figure it out otherwise. You needed to keep the body cool somewhere, and you also needed somewhere to keep Sean. Who knew that the two were connected? You're talking about the kidnapping again? Why are we bringing that up now? Because much as you may wish we had forgotten, we know that you kept Sean in a refrigeration unit. The same refrigeration unit in which you kept the president's body. Just as your father froze the body he was trying to conceal 18 years ago. What? You're saying I'm the same as him? The same as the animal who abandoned me? A sad irony, but an undeniable truth nonetheless. Shut up. I'm nothing like him. I could never be like him. He's nothing to do with me and we're nothing alike. Sorry, kiddo, but I think it's perfectly clear that you and old Gusto have more than a little in common. You even told us you didn't like sweet stuff way back when we first met, right? Do not give me a flashback. Okay, thank you. If that's not a product of your daddy issues, I don't... Daddy issues mentioned! Let's fucking go! Burn, Fender! You don't understand. You may have tried to disown your father, but he lives on in everything you do. You think the same way. Oh my god, this is really just Daddy Issues the video game. It's Daddy Issues the video game. Holy shit. And you're every bit as prepared as he was to sacrifice others in order to protect yourself. Your crimes were even exposed in the same manner. You couldn't be more similar. Or should I say? I don't know anything about a refrigeration unit. And the kidnapping, nothing to do with me. My god. Nonsense. You did it so you could blackmail Judge Gavelle. We know for a fact you were involved. You're a real danger to be around. You know that, Miles? What aren't you going to accuse me of? But it changes nothing. You still don't have any proof of incitement, of kidnapping, of anything. Oh, wait. Or are you planning on maybe fabricating some? Taking a leaf out of the old winner playbook? Ugh. Never. I would never do that. Ugh. I can't let myself rise to the provocation. What was the line? No matter what happens, we must find the truth. Something like that? Gusto's silhouette looked a little like Rook from Destiny 2. And it freaked me out. Oh, sorry, Bob. But only when the truth suits you. That's how the law keeps people down, isn't it? Right, the animal tree is back. And I had to get my revenge myself. I got away with it. I got away with it all. Lagarde, winner, and now you. None of you can touch me. This is bad, Mr. Edgeworth. Isn't there anything we can do? Everything points to this man being our culprit, but we need evidence, even just one piece. The one piece? Alright, it's been fun, but it's time we brought this little show to an end, don't you think? Stick around for the main event though, won't you? I'll even let you in for free, if you'll finally admit defeat. Ooh, that's a pretty good laugh if I dare say so myself. Who is holding? Who are we holding? Come. Oh, this is the case of all time. Let's go, Gumshoe. I love this. I will say one thing. I was talking about the comparisons between this game and the last game. The final case of this game is so much more satisfying. It feels so much better.
Sorry to keep you waiting, sir.
Gummy, where have you been?
Been doing my job just like Mr. Edgeworth asked me.
And Detective Gumshoe? Do you have anything to report?
Had them look into a few things real quick, sir, about the refrigeration unit where the kid was kept.
Oh boy.
It was registered to... No! The very big...
It's over. It's so over.
And there it is, just in the nick of time.
Excellent work, Detective. Well, Mr. Saint?
Must be some kind of mistake. Why would a circus need a refrigeration unit?
Edgeworth having godlike foresight as usual? Exactly. Exactly. Edgeworth used future sight. It was super effective. A valid question, I suppose, but we're no experts on the circus trade. Perhaps we could ask your department manager for her thoughts on the matter. Well, Ms. Berry? We do hire a unit to store all the food for the animals, but I don't know where it is. I leave all that to... Simeon! Oh my gosh! Yeah, if looks could kill Bob, a Gumshoe would be gone. You fool! Oh, don't you love it when they bring out the fool? Simeon, you're scaring me. Such a shame, but rushing to find a solution after the fact so often leads to mistakes. You knew that if the body was found in the unit, the suspicion would fall on you. So you panicked and moved it to the grounds of the big building instead. But you weren't counting on Sean being found in the unit when you kidnapped him. If only you'd known you were up against a great thief and an even greater detective. Is everything all right? You're looking a little pale. Bro, he's painted white. What do you mean? Oh, I'm studying, but I looked up to see whether those were happy Zeph sounds or it was frugally in the dialogue box. Oh, they were Zeph sounds. I'm so happy right now.
Don't think you've won just... Oh my gosh.
How much do we have to do? Okay, game. Final case of this game. Are you better than final case of first game? Yes. But you're starting to get on my nerves.
You're missing proof for the most important part of your little theory.
I am? Perhaps you can enlighten us.
You don't have any evidence that I crushed the presidential faker with that balloon. And I know you don't because there isn't any.
I'm afraid there is. Actually, the funny emoji.
What?
If Mr. Saint murdered the victim as we think he did, there should be traces of your misdeed on this piece of evidence. Fuck, I can't save. It's all right. It's only one piece of health I get down. Is it the crushing? Is it the... There would be traces of your misdeed on this evidence. Is it the balloon again? Is it literally just the balloon again? Analysis of the balloon basket should turn up the evidence we need.
The balloon again? You already have your bullet hole. What else do you expect to find?
The balloon carried this game. This final length of the game high, and we got it in evidence today, and I feel like I've presented it like 3 or 4 times at this point. We expect to find plenty, actually. Isn't that right, Mr. Edgeworth? There's truth to be found, then he'll find it. He's a hero of justice.
He sure is. Find something for sure.
I feel like this is leading up to me being wrong. And so does your pop. He's looking down on you right now. I know he is. Okay, maybe not. The balloon carried it. Yes, the fuck it did.
Just stay calm and see this through to the end, Miles Edgeworth. A perfect victory is only moments away.
Okay, so now they're doing the Avengers Endgame, like, all together now. Friendship wins. The president's body double was killed by the balloon. A certain substance will prove that. And you, Simeon Saint, will pay for your crimes at last.
I'm looking forward to this. Time to wrap up the mysteries of past and present once and for all. Please, Mr. Edgeworth, deal the final blow to this unforgivably wicked man.
The last piece of evidence will prove your guilt beyond a doubt. What should we expect to find on the balloon if it was used to crush the president? Lion lilies! When Sean found the president's body, he also found a bouquet of lion lilies.
Lion lilies, symbol of the connection between parent and child. A popular flower back in Zhongfa. That's your proof? A bunch of flowers that will be rotting at the dump by now? A bunch of flowers that Sean threw away? So much for your beautiful symbol of parental connection.
That's got nothing to do with any of this.
Ignore him, Sean.
You threw those flowers away, that much is true, but the bond they represented remains as strong as it ever was. The president held on to them until the last, an act which provided us with our final piece of evidence.
What? What are you talking about?
The flowers Sean disposed of had been squashed flat. They must have been crushed by the balloon. If we examine the basket for traces of lion lily pollen, what do you think we might find?
No. You don't need to do that. You looked all over the basket just now. Anyway, if there was pollen stuck to it, you would have seen it. Those flowers are bright yellow.
Not all evidence is visible to the naked eye, Mr. Saint. Emma, come on down. Come on down, baby.
Huh?
Emma, yes! Oh my goodness. That run of evidence was smooth. Thank you! I feel like once I figured out the theory, everything fell into, like, when I was able to figure out how it happened, then I was able to, I don't know how else to describe it. Other than, like, the reason why it was so hard before is that, like, I'm trying to word this correctly. Once you figure out how something's done, then everything else begins to slot into place. That is also why I was looking at the balloon earlier in the game, why I checked over everything, because I was like, there might be pollen at the end of this. There might be pollen on the bottom, but I couldn't see it. Yeah, I'm so happy that, like, one of my favorite characters in the franchise, Emma, is the one that's gonna help deal the final blow. I'm so happy. I can't wait to cosplay this girl. I'm so excited. I'd like to call on your scientific skills once again, if you don't mind.
Leave it to me. All right, let's take a look at this balloon basket, shall we?
Oh!
I've got something. Bright yellow pollen, just like you said. It's from the same flowers. It shouldn't take more than another quick test to prove it.
What? And there we have it. You murdered the president. And this murder, you carried out yourself.
No, how could this, no.
You crushed the president with that balloon. That smack sound effect was, that was goofy. Then you loaded his body into the basket and took him to the refrigeration unit.
But why? Why to go to the trouble of removing the body?
Because he knew another incident was scheduled to occur that same evening.
Oh, Rosie Ringer's murder!
Exactly. If he had left the body there, it would have interfered with his other plans.
I get it. And he couldn't leave the body in the refrigeration unit for too long either, right?
Indeed not. So while returning to the big building to drop the body off again the following night, he must have observed the fire Sean caused and the Torosaurus head falling as a result.
That's what gave you the idea, wasn't it? To frame Sean for the murder. You made it seem as if the falling head was what killed him so that my son would take the blame. Despicable coward. In order to achieve your aim, you lowered the president's body from the balloon to the lot below, and while he was dangling from the rope you used, he was caught on Sean's rehearsal tape. That is true, he was just in a photo standing up when it was his corpse. No, how did you see through it all? How? You manipulated people, and you manipulated this case just as you manipulate animals on the stage. You thought you were all-powerful, but your reign is at an end. The animals look like they're mad with you, Simeon. Even Money and Asia. They thought you were their friend, but you're not. They're sad and mad all at the same time. Oh, let them out. Let the animals out. Let them rip him up, baby. Perhaps they will when you finally stop clowning around. You're not cut out for comedy. Your tale is destined to end with a whimper. I don't... Get away from me! Get away from me! Leave me alone! Leave me alone! Dad, where are you? I'm so scared. I don't know what you're talking about. I've done nothing wrong. I'm not the bad one. They are. Why, Bronco? Why did you stop me? If only none of them did what they did, I wouldn't have had to. I couldn't trust the police. I couldn't trust anybody. I was all alone with nobody to help me. But that man, he helped me. Carnes was the only one who ever helped me. So what if I used people I had to? Is that so wrong? Leave me alone, leave me alone! Oh my goodness, the stampede is happening. No. Oh my... Oh, that was gorgeous. Okay, now the question is the question marks. Is this... I have two guesses. Yes, is this Carnus or is this Dakilla? Seems the game is up at last. There he is. Mr. Ice Cream Man. Dakilla. Mr. Edgeworth, may I be the first to congratulate you. You have unmasked the person behind this entire sorry affair. Now I am free to... Kill him! What the fuck? No! Guns are so clumsy, don't you find? I don't have a gun. Please, not only are you carrying one, you were just about to draw it. You must have stolen it from the president after murdering him. This gentleman betrayed a bond of trust. He knew the so-called president was an imposter, and yet he employed me to kill him nonetheless. There is nothing more dangerous for an assassin than to be lied about in the nature of one's target. If one does not know what cards one's opponent is holding, one can be very unpleasantly surprised. But that was not your true crime. No. Thinking you could deceive me, manipulate me. That is the crime for which you are about to pay. No! Guards! Oh, no, fuck you! Holy shit! The gang's all here! Objection! Hi, Anne, how you doing? I didn't know this case got so epic with me neither! Oh my goodness! This is the tying up loose ends of all loose ends. Yeah, exactly, Dino Spots. A murderer v murderer v murderer. Look at Saint in the back. He looks so pathetic. Yeah. Absolute cinema is all I can say. You! It's been a while, Tequila. Step aside, Carnus. That man is my target. I would politely ask that you call off this particular job.
Why can't all of them just go to jail? Like, must we all kill each other? Like, just go to jail. Do not pass go. Do not claim $200.
He'll pay for his crimes, but in prison, not at the end of your blade.
Whoa, Carnus is fighting for justice? Hey, Carnus is on our side? What the fuck? How is Carnus still just walking around in the prison outfit? He's a genius assassin who escaped a prison. I think he can manage this.
Silence on the battlefield. And if I refuse? Let us just say I might not take the loss of one life that I ever saved too well.
The one life, sorry, I butchered that.
You? Save a life? Bodhidharma Carnus, the blind butcher himself. Preposterous, I know. But yes, I who have taken so many lives, once chose to preserve one. That of an innocent young pup.
Well, actually, you preserved two, but...
Semantics. And he, in his turn, saved mine. Something of a bond formed between us. Laugh all you'd like, I know I would. But I would respectfully request that you spare him. And as one professional to another, I ask that you let this particular target live. Very well. The boy must mean a lot to you. Thank you. I'm in your debt. You need not thank me. I simply see little point in the two of us killing one another. Now then, I bid you all good day.
We're just gonna let him go? We had a detective, several lawyers, a judge, and an Interpol agent, and none of them decided, let's arrest you. Like, what?
Get back here!
Oh, okay, thank you, Lang, for your common sense.
You have my thanks, Mr. Edgeworth. This young pup needed to be shown the error of his ways, and you have done just that. All right, I suppose we'd better be getting back. Our ironclad enclosure awaits.
Are you... He's gonna go back to prison? You know what? Good for him. He's realized he's been defeated, and he's like, okay, I'll just retire now. That's fine.
Doesn't it, Helmet? Yes, it does. Oh, hello? You killed my dad, didn't you, old man?
Now it's time for Sean revenge.
I will not lie. I did. My victims deserve to be remembered at the very least. But I sense a great hatred for me from you, horned pup. In that case... Sean, no! You must not falter, little one. Here, you may use my...
Bro. I'm a Sean fan, or should I say a Sean fan? You may not be for much longer.
Take it, and cut my throat. One sure slice is all it takes.
Oh my gosh, this is horrifying. Please do not the Carnus.
I was growing rather tired of carving my little statues anyway. I want revenge. I want it so badly. Sean, don't do it. Please, Sean, I beg of you. At least I did until just now. I would have done anything to make you pay, no matter how long it took.
Well, the thing is, Carnus has kind of been paying. He has been in prison for a very long time. What is it with Carnus and trying to turn kids into killers? Yeah, he really likes the idea of having a prodigy, huh? protege, not a prodigy. Close enough.
Oh, but you should make those who have wronged you pay. It'll make you feel so good. Trust me. All the pain, all the suffering, it all goes away. Drowns it all out. Numbs it. Maybe it does. And listening to you, I thought maybe that's what I wanted. Sean? But it's not just about me. Say I get my revenge. How does that help anybody else?
This may be the smartest, most philosophical 13-year-old of all time.
I become a murderer, my mum suffers 10 times more than I ever would. And so would all the people I work with. They're counting on me, and they worry about me. Thoughtful words indeed, little one. Yeah? Well, I get it now. I won't ever forgive you, but I shouldn't be the one who gets to punish you. That's what these guys are for. My mum, the prosecutor, people like that.
Yeah, kick them in the balls. You can be violent to them, but, like, you don't have to kill them. Balls is a good idea, Bob. I agree with you there.
Sean.
Wow. You may be young, Sean, but you're way wiser than I'll ever be. You could at least consider trying to better your self-care. Edgeworth, not the time. Edgeworth, time and place.
Very well. Then I suppose we'll be on our way. With me, young pup. On our way? To where? Where else? To the prison. Our home.
Okay, I'll quote balls is a good idea. I'll put that in the quote bot.
Our home?
Wait, this is kind of poetic. That at last these two are reunited. Aww. And with that, the case came to an end. A case that had dragged so many people into its orbit. But as for me, there was one last thing I had to do. Are you gonna be a prosecutor or a defendant? I don't need horse analogies when it comes to men. What the fuck did I mean by that? Hello? Two days later. Hopefully we don't get to hear from Lotta again. You were cooking with that, was I? Sorry to keep you waiting, Mr. Edgeworth. What's the big idea, Big Eye? Want to tell us what we're doing here?
Mr. Edgeworth, your request has been processed and approved.
Huh? You what now? Get ready for the Lotta ends credit scene. Bob, do not speak that into existence. I cannot handle. I've asked for my prosecutor's badge to be reinstated.
Your badge? What is the meaning of this?
Is this a flashback? Oh my god. I don't need this. With a flashback. Bob? Ooh. I still can't believe you did that for me. A certain man once said that to be an attorney is to be a defendant's most trusted ally, and that by believing your client, the truth will make itself known. That man's image has been forever burned into my memory, as strongly as the vision of my father fighting in the courtroom. Good old Gregory. But that's his and my father's path. Mine lies elsewhere. Wait, sorry, what did... A certain man once said that to be an attorney is to be a defender's most trusted ally. Gee, I wonder who that is.
Mr. Edgeworth.
My path is that of the prosecutor. It always was. Well, I guess that's that.
I'm sorry.
No, I dig it. And besides, I can tell by that look in your eye that your mind's made up.
It is.
All right, then. Looks like our work together is diddly done. Just don't come crying to old Eddie if you change your mind. This club's now closed to new members.
I understand.
Hey, Master. Care to tell me why, at least? How come you're so dead set on popping the old prosecutor's hat back on?
You once asked me something, Fender.
See? This is a valid flashback.
I've been thinking about that question ever since. About how I mean to live my life. And now that this case is over, I think I finally know the answer. I'm going to help people as a prosecutor.
Crossover! Can't you also do that as an attorney?
Look at it this way. Simeon Saint was also a victim of sorts. He lost his only parent all those years ago, and with him, his ability to believe in a just world. I know how that feels.
Oh, that's emotional.
To lose somebody so important to you. To lose faith in everything. To doubt everything and be utterly alone. To fight and fight and fight. Now I understand the shipping. They're like parallels to each other, aren't they? Foils or something. I don't actually know what a foil is, so I might be very wrong. All that I can hope to do is get every defendant declared guilty. So I make that my policy. But I was lucky. Somebody was kind enough to save me from myself.
Gee, I wonder who?
Gay person?
Oh, they didn't show it.
Mr. Saint had nobody. He had no faith in the law. He felt that seeking revenge himself was the only option. I doubt even you even imagined the body double would ever go so far. Far out. Unnecessary flashbacks. I want to help people like him.
And how do you plan to do that?
If he had been able to rely upon the law, none of this would have happened.
He wants to make the law reliable.
I see it now.
Less flashbacks, more yaoi.
I would allow the flashbacks if they were yaoi, though. I'll say that much. Chairman Winner made a mockery of justice, and in so doing, drove Mr. Saint away from seeking it. The law is only as good as its practitioners. It can be a shield that keeps the people safe from harm, or a sword wielded to wound them. Just one among many of the law's great contradictions.
You can say that again. Oh my gosh.
I hate this. But one cannot solve such contradictions in the law without engaging with it. I don't think an attorney could have saved Mr. Saint. But a prosecutor? A custodian of the law? I think perhaps they could have. I plan to take up my badge again and confront those contradictions at every turn.
Very Miles Reno. I like it. You know, it won't be easy breezy though, right? Fighting the law itself? That's lawyering on hard mode.
I understand that, but somebody has to do it.
Oh, I don't doubt that. And if it has to be anybody, it should be you. Laws are like people, I guess. They both gotta grow and change. Adapt or perish, am I right? You're gonna smash this. I just know it. After all, you're Gregory's boy through and through. And if there's one thing that man did not know how to do, it's give up. Eyes on the prize and straight on till sunset. That was his motto. You know what? I saw that same determination on your face the second you mentioned taking a prosecutoring again. You know what's really grown and changed? Hate to be a great big cheese ball, but... you. I only wish your dad was here to see it. He'd be proud as all get out.
Fender. Thank you. Well, Mr. Edgeworth, if you're ready to begin, we can get the ceremony underway. Please. By the power vested in me by the Committee for Prosecutorial Excellence. I said that so wrong. I, Verity Gavelle, do hereby, in the sight of Almighty Goddess, reinstate Miles Edgeworth as a servant of the law.
Oh, he got the badge back! All right, you're a prosecutor again.
Best news I've heard all week, sir!
Well, Mr. Prosecutor, I got a scoot. Your pops is gonna want to know that his kid just signed up for the opposition a second time.
Thank you again, Fender, for everything.
Don't thank me yet. The next time you see me could be across a courtroom. And this face is a whole lot less roguishly charming when it's not on your side of the aisle.
I would relish the opportunity to face an attorney trained by my father. I hope that day comes very soon.
Alrighty, Fender out. Everyone say bye, Fender! What I'm learning is gay love healed him. Gay love and daddy issues. That's what healed him.
Welcome back into the fold, Prosecutor Edgeworth. Thank you, Judge Gavelle. I owe you more than I can say. You do? You strove to right the wrongs of the committee from the inside. That must have been a lonely battle indeed. Not at all. I was never truly alone.
That's right. You had the goddess of justice on your side.
Thank you for teaching me that it's possible to fight in such a way. The contradictions within the committee are like those within the legal system itself. If we aren't able to overcome them, the real truth will forever evade us. I have you to thank for teaching me that, and for setting me on this path. I hereby swear to confront the contradictions that afflict the law, and to overcome them. And I thank you for your commitment to that cause, as does the Almighty Goddess. I truly believe that such efforts are necessary in order for the law to grow and improve. I'll look forward to seeing you in the courtroom again soon. As will I. You did not see the best of me when last I oversaw a trial. The next time will be different. I will show you what it means to serve justice with true impartiality. Judge Gavelle, I don't mean to call your motivation into question. Yes, Mr. Edgeworth? But to my mind, the ideal judge is not wholly impartial. The ideal judge is human. Even in the courtroom, they laugh, they cry, they rage, they smile. And then when all is said and done, they pass down a judgment based in that very humanity. I'm not sure exactly how to put this, but perfection isn't always the loftiest... Blah, 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 blah. Perfection isn't always the loftiest of ideals, and it's certainly not the only thing to strive for. Forgive me, this is my opinion. Nothing more. You are right, of course. There are other ways. I thank you for sharing your insights. Mr. Edgeworth, there is another reason I was never truly alone during my long struggle against Chairman Winner. I had you. Someone else was with me. Someone other than the goddess.
Also her son.
Of course, Sean! This clipping gave me more courage than words can express. Simply having it near gave me hope. No matter how hard things get, no matter how formidable one's opponent, when we feel that we are not alone, we can keep going no matter how hard the road ahead. Mistakes have been made, but we must fix them. For Sean's shake more than anyone's. Like the mistakes made in the incident in which his father died. So you see, there is something more important even to me than the words of the goddess. That may anger her to hear me to say such things.
So that was your secret weapon all along. The strength of your bond with your son.
Perhaps you are right. Perhaps I should not have strived for such unachievable perfection. But I must grow. As a servant of the law and as a mother. That I believe above all else.
I see. Seems we both have plenty still to learn.
Indeed. We are neither of us perfect yet. Let us continue along our chosen paths and continue to grow as we tread them. Until we meet again. I will look forward to that day. May the goddess watch over you as you embark upon the next step of your journey.
I discovered through this game that gay little emo boy is an archetype. Damn, dino spots. But we love it. We love that archetype. And now we've got 2 more people left to talk to. Though I would not be surprised if Lang and... Never mind. And in so doing, I have seen a new way forward, okay? I'm determined to follow the path until it finally leads me to the truth. No matter how hard it might be. No matter what obstacles might arise. Woe betide anybody who stands in my way. For whoever they may be, whatever they might say, I will lift up my voice and shout. Objection! Okay, I didn't talk to those other 2. They were just there. Damn. I'm going on voice acting strike. I'm not doing it. I'm not... I'm not doing it. I'm barely even reading what these 2 are saying. I'm not doing it. Also, it's auto-playing, and I don't know if I'd be able to do it all in her accent, because her accent, I speak kind of slow. So now, we have an end credit scene that Bob predicted. Lotta will return in Avengers Doomsday. No! Damn you. Yeah, what's the killer gonna do? Is he still alive? Is he in jail? Or what?
My arm wound is yet to fully heal. The bodyguard who inflicted it was a skillful practitioner indeed.
I've given up my strike.
I shan't be forgetting him in a hurry. But never mind that now. Time to return to the life of a simple ice cream seller. Although I have been thinking that perhaps crepes would be more my speed. Well, no rush. I'm sure there will be time to ponder the matter before my next job comes in.
So he didn't get caught. Bummer. Bummer, he's still out there, the one loose end. I'm going on strike again. I don't remember the voice I gave this guy. Had to step away to do some cooking, but I just gotta say less flashbacks, more yaoi. Into I'd be okay with the flashbacks if they were yaoi. Well, yes. I mean, that's exactly it. Oh, good. He's still in prison. Not paid enough to voice. Yeah. Listen, I'm tired, and when things autoplay, it gets hard for me to do the voice. Yes? Obviously. Well. Goodbye, hair. Oh, geez. He's... Why you? Because you're a murderer who then aided another murderer. Duh? Just let things scroll, you did it? I did indeed. Oh. This was a good game. I think I am going to give him the same... I think I am going to give this game the same ranking as the first one. The same score. Because I think... Plot-wise, it didn't... Plot-wise, it was a better game. Plot-wise, it was a better game. Gameplay-wise, it was more complicated, but it was about equal in that regard. But the fucking chronic flashback syndrome. CFS. It's no longer chronic fatigue, it's chronic flashback. Like, that was terrible. But yeah, I'm happy with this. Oh my goodness. Oh, that's so cute. I also think I enjoyed the characters in the first game a lot more, I think is another thing. I think is another reason why they're on even footing to me. Because in the first game was the K game. And in that one game, K became my top 3 character. Like, my top 3, in no particular order, Miles, oh no, my headphones died? Oh, they came back. Okay. Kay, Edgeworth, and Pearl. Oh, Bob, look away. So, while there was a big K plot point in this game, there wasn't as much K. K was not as prevalent. So, and I loved the whole Yatagarasu story the most. I think the Yatagarasu story was amazing. Everyone got daddy issues here. Edgeworth, Kay, Simeon Saint. I forgot you were in this game. Hi again. So yeah, I think they're on pretty equal footing for me. I enjoyed, and I think what they were both on equal footing on is their themes of kind of fighting the law, challenging the law to get to the truth. There was the whole thing with in the first game with, hey, Bad! Wait, are you out of jail? Oh, maybe not. This might be an old one. But I do like that they were both themed around challenging the law and questioning what it means to be a lawyer. I think the second game went a lot harder on that theme and prioritized that theme a whole lot more, considering Edgeworth literally lost his badge over it. But I think both games were good. I think the first game was good at setting up the style and the idea of these games, and then the second game perfected it. However, I found the first game more charming. I think that's a good way to put it. I was more... yeah. It's hard for me to put this into words because I can admit that Prosecutor's Gambit is the better of the two games. But I still think the first game... I still like the first game better. No, I forgot about ads! Chat, I'm so sorry. Good night, Moth. Sleep well. I hope you have a good night. Well, not sleep well, hyperfixate well. Hi, Emma. Hey, Queen. It's all right. I'm sure Miles is also going back to Europe after this, huh? I will say the shirt I got for her cosplay is way too big for me. So that's going to be funny to figure out. It's about 2 sizes too big, which I'd rather get too big than too small because at least I can wear it when it's too big. But I'm still bummed. Hi, Franziska. The Great One Father, the pressure is to be great. But Eustace, was it? He's chosen his own path now and he will be tested. Just as I was. Aww.
Miles Edgeworth chose to live as a prosecutor over how his own father lived. That, too, is a valid answer to the question we've all had to wrestle with.
That was a good one. Hemming is a pain. Hopefully it won't be a trouble for you. I mean, I'd probably just get it altered, either by an alteration place, or I would get it more daddy issues.
My father hid a secret, not only of my family name, he thought of so much more. He thought of our entire nation. And to carry on that legacy, to fulfill his last great wish. Even if our president was an imposter, even if the real president is long dead. Even if it takes all my effort and all my men's effort. Zhang Fa will rise again. I can't wait for you to see it.
Or I would get my mom to do it, because she sews. She used to do all my sewing projects in high school because I just couldn't do them. I gave up on the whole the winner thing. I told everybody to stop calling me that. Oh! Because I didn't win. My dad did it all for me. I'm going to start again from scratch. I won't let what he did ruin everything. And pretty soon I'll be better than him, and better than Edgeworth, so watch out. Now, first order of business. Get a new nickname. I mean, you don't necessarily need a nickname, but I like the idea. And I like that you're shunning the old one. I don't care about these two. Goodness, the epilogue of all epilogues. Oh no, has the press deciding he's a terrible person again? Lotta has appeared in the background of 4 of these so far. She's always there, isn't she? That one TikTok audio that's like, well, there's the 5th one. Wherever you go, I'll be there. It feels like that, but it's Lotta.
I enjoyed the movie, Sean. It's nothing, it wasn't even a big part. The boy who befriended both Taurosaurus and Gordy, they don't come any bigger than that. And it was a role you were born to play. You think? Well, it would be cool to be in the sequel, I guess. And I kinda like acting. Hey, can we pick something up before we head back? I wanted to get some lion lilies for my... Aww! Of course, and I will buy some too. For Amelie.
That one was so sweet. Now who's left? Kay and Gumshoe, I think. What do you know? I'm so good at this game, chat. I'm so good at predicting things 2 seconds before they happen.
Whew. It's been a busy few days, huh, sir? Unbelievably so. How did so many important cases all come along at once?
Well, it was really one important case. That got sectioned off into several. There's never a dull moment when I'm around. Guess I'm just lucky that way.
Wait, so all of that stuff happened because of you?
No, Gummy, how could you say that?
And yet, I don't think the good detective is entirely wrong.
Well, Kay, what now? Will you be returning to your thieving practice? I know, I'm spiritually linked to these games at this point. We'll have to see how much you can put that to use next week. I'm scared. I want to play Blueprints so bad, but I'm getting like weird pre-imposter syndrome is what I'm getting. I'm getting pre-imposter syndrome where I'm going, but what if I'm not going to be good enough to finish it? Because I've heard it's hard. And what if I've, you know, pulled myself up and, you know, stood on the stage and called myself a pretty good damn puzzle solver, and then turns out I can't solve shit. It's gonna be nerve-wracking. Yeah, good question.
What? You're not sure?
How can I put this? I guess I feel like I've been trying to follow in my father's footsteps this whole time, you know? Trying to become a great thief just like he was. The Yatagarasu. Or a Yatagarasu, at least. Did you beat the witness? Kind of. I'm gonna say yes, but the witness has had so much post-game, and I didn't play that. That being said, I don't want to play it. I've recently learned something about one of the devs of The Witness that has made me I got the ick. I've been saying that a lot lately, about, like, getting the ick. But yeah, apparently this other dev, I don't remember the dev, and for what game either, but they basically insulted Japanese games. Basically said, oh, Japanese games are bad. I don't remember the specific quote. Apparently one of the guys from the Witnesses company, one of the main guys, backed him up on that. Like, as a whole, yes. Like, in its entirety, Japanese games bad. And then one of the main guys from the Witnesses company backed him up on that. And I'm like, oh, okay. Good to know. Your game sucked. No, it was a good game. It sucked for me. Watching how this all panned out for you, Mr. Edgeworth, it got me thinking that maybe I need to get out from under his shadow and live my own life too. Just like how you decided not to do the whole attorney thing. It's time to make our own fate. She's right. After all, nothing strives in the shade. I'm gonna be my own hero. That sounds like an admirable plan indeed. Being racist about game making in the Big 26? It's ridiculous. I think video games are incredible. Just in general. And you can't just say Japanese games are bad. Like, you can't. I'm sure there are bad Japanese games the same way there are good, the same way there are bad non-Japanese games. Tit Eater? Thank you for the follow. What a username. Welcome to the Strawberry Patch. Holy. That was great. I won't be giving up the name, though. Can't not be the Yatagarasu, right?
Whatever name you pick, you'll always be K to us, K. And you'll always be a hero.
Thanks, Gummy. You'll always be my Gummy, too.
You bet I will.
Is that what happened to my tits that I've been waiting for? Yeah, they got eaten in the mail. They were getting shipped to you, and then Titty over here came around and got him. Trump, exactly.
So I'll be counting on you, sir.
Yes, and I'll be counting on you too, Detective. Just as I've been counting on you these last few days. You've helped us out too many times to mention. Nothing gets left uneaten. You know what? I admire. Can you eat mine? I've been thinking about getting top surgery. Take mine. Delicious. Well, I hope they're delicious. I think your next salary review may come as a pleasant surprise.
Huh?
Huh?
Are we gonna pay him? Wait, you mean...
What's the matter? I'm saying I'll see to it that you get paid a little more to just a little. Saving the breast milk for cereal and protein shakes? Oh my gosh. Okay, that is a little much. We are unfortunately a little family friendly in this channel. No, you're fine. That was funny. That was funny. No way. Go, Gummy.
It's like a dream come true. Can finally leave the instant noodle life behind.
I don't think I'll be letting you rest on your laurels. Your work won't be getting any easier. I hope you understand that.
Yes, sir. Understood, sir. I'll give you everything I got, just you wait and see.
Fender and Judge Cavell set me on a new path in life. A path on which I will face down every contradiction that the law has to present. A path whose end lies with the ultimate truth. But can I really do this? I'll need to give it some serious thought. It certainly won't be easy. Nonetheless... And one last flashback for the road. What I come into? The end of the game, yeah. The game is ending and stream's probably ending soon too, unfortunately. Because of my son. Yeah, I know. Your little boy. You don't need to see that bald man. Fair enough. My goodness, this is a long flashback too. I'm not saying all this. The strength of my bonds. The strength of Yowie. Oh, I almost forgot. What is it? I was trying to find other members for my Yatagarasu team, right? I do vaguely remember something about that. I never even found a single one. We were going to be unstoppable in our quest to steal the truth. So much for that little pipe dream. Miles, can you be a member?
You're kidding, right? You already have a team. Team that can solve any case the world cares to throw at it.
Yes, let's go, Gumshoe. Huh. Yeah, I guess I do. The prosecutor, the detective, and the great thief. Between the three of us, we can hunt down the truth, put it in handcuffs, and steal it once for all. I can't help but feeling a little sorry for the truth in that case. Yeah, what did the truth do wrong? We don't have to arrest it.
As long as the three of us stick together, we got nothing to fear. Right, Mr. Edgeworth?
Indeed. Nothing at all. My father followed his own path, right to the end. And now I follow a path of my own making too. But not alone. I have some colorful companions to help me. As long as they're beside me, I won't lose my way. It's a new path, and a new me. And I'll be... oh shit. Walking it as a prosecutor, not an attorney. My father's path and mine are different. But they're not as separate as they may seem. Though the routes differ, the destination is the same. I keep trying to screenshot things to remember the quotes. Both end at the truth. Oh, that is beautiful. Gorgeous art. My Instagram name really isn't any better, so I don't know about following you there. I mean, you could. My community is generally 13 plus, try to be PG-13, kind of family friendly, stuff like that, but that doesn't mean you can't follow me in other places. I can't police the names of the people who follow me, you know? I can't police the posts of the people who follow me. I don't want to do that. That feels tyrannical. But I just mean, like, when you're in here, when you're in the stream, when you're, like, interacting with the community, keep in mind that we do have a couple of younger people in here. It's not a democracy, it is a tyranny. No, I promise it's not. I promise it's not. I feel guilty sometimes. I feel like I do kind of... I feel scared that you guys are nervous to do things, like give spoilers for things, when I'm honestly quite chill about it a lot of the time. Not all the time, but some of it. Okay. Who is online right now? Oh my goodness! Minty's on! Been so long since we've raided Minty. 13 plus until Franziska shows up. Listen. Don't do me like that. Amazing stream as always. Good night, gamers. Good night, Cass. Thank you, everyone, for stopping by this stream and also just stopping by throughout all of these Ace Attorney streams. It's been a lot, and it's been great, but it's been a lot. All right, let's raid out to Minty. Been a while since we've said hi. So let's send our love on over. 2 a.m. for me? Good night, Bob. Yeah, I'm sure it's late for a lot of you. Well, we are sending all of the love on over to Minty Mikusu. This is the raid message for those who are followers of the stream. And then this is the raid message for those who are subscribed to the stream. So purple hearts for followers, red hearts for subs. If you want to join the Discord to catch up with me, other members of the community, there is the link there. We also do community day votes every month, but this month it's locked in. We're going to be playing Prop Hunt. It's been a while since we've done that, so I'm excited. It's always a good time. And then the bot did it like 5 minutes ago, but I'm just going to do it anyway. Here are my socials. You can find clips and things on my YouTube, my TikTok, my Instagram, or you can see what other like little things I'm talking about on stuff like Blue Sky, you know? But thank you everyone so much for coming. Thank you for the sub. My bad, no worries. You're fine. I probably shouldn't do it like that. I probably shouldn't be moderator only, but alas. Yeah. Good night, everyone. Thank you all so much for coming, the subs, the follows. I'll see you all next time. Bye-bye.